Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this HMA, EMA, multi-stakeholder workshop on artificial intelligence. The rain has gone and the guests have arrived, and we're looking forward to 2 days of really important discussions on artificial intelligence in drug development and medicines regulation and beyond into healthcare. I'm going to start with a few logistics and housekeeping points, and so bear with me. It's important to mention this meeting is broadcast live and is also going to be recorded. By attending, participants consent to the recording and broadcasting. For those of you who are online, and there are many hundreds of people online, welcome. You will be muted by default to reduce the risk of any disturbance. And for the participants who are in the meeting room today, if you wish to speak, we'll have a Q&A at the end of each session, and just raise your hand and we'll try and give as many of you the floor as we can. Obviously also trying to give balance between different stakeholder groups. We'll first, for the Q&As, we'll first take interventions from the room, and then we'll go to the Slidos. And those Slidos will go live at the beginning of each session. So please feel free to put questions in there, also to thumbs up questions that are already put, and we'll probably take the most frequent or the most popular questions that are put in the Slido when we come to the Q&As. If you experience any issues with WebEx, for those of you who are online, rather than struggling, you might just want to then flip into the live broadcast. You can take part in the Slido whether you're in the live broadcast or in WebEx. So with that, it is a great pleasure to introduce our first opening remarks. We have opening remarks from if you like, the three pillars of the European Regulatory Network, the EMA, the heads of medicines agencies, and the European Commission. And we're going to start with EMA Cook, Executive Director of EMA. EMA.
Thank you very much, Peter. And indeed, it's also a pleasure for me to welcome such a diverse group of stakeholders to our workshop this afternoon. As Peter said, this is the fourth HMA EMA stakeholder AI workshop that we've had. And the common objective that we have in getting together today is really to enable the safe and responsible use of AI in the medicines life cycle for the benefit of public and animal health. Now, this annual workshop has been a cornerstone of European regulatory engagement on AI over the past few years. And this year, I think it marks an important evolution, because today there's really a shift in focus. While previous workshops have explored the promise of AI, we are now moving decisively into the practice of AI. And of course, the opportunities are immense. AI can help us increase productivity, reduce manual burdens, structure unstructured information and data, and it can help us uncover insights that were previously out of our reach. But with these opportunities comes also responsibilities. And the question is not, as we look ahead, the question is no longer whether AI will transform our work. It already has. The question is, how do we shape this transformation so that it reflects our values and delivers ethically and safely for public and human health? On the one hand, as organizations that use AI, and regulators, of course, are users too, we must ensure that the tools are robust, transparent, fair, and beneficial. But on the other hand, as regulators of medicinal product development, authorization, and use, we must put in place clear and appropriate guardrails for industry on the use of AI in the medicine's life cycle. And this is why this workshop is not just about technology. It's about governance and guidance. It's about responsible innovation, and it's about collaboration. And in other words, it's about developing responsible frameworks that foster innovation. And it's really clear to me and all of us at the European Medicines Agency that we need to do this together. Industry, regulators, academia, patient representatives, we all have a role to play. We're all part of the team in taking this forward. And if we had to summarize the essence of the work of the Network Data Steering Group on AI this year would be exactly that. We're all in this together. So through the work of the Network Data Steering Group, we have increased engagement within the European Medicines Regulatory Network to develop a common roadmap on AI. We've explored how we can share AI systems across the network. We've increased transparency through our AI Observatory publication, and we've created a dedicated forum with industry stakeholders for improved communication. And of course, we've engaged with global regulators bilaterally and through organizations such as the International Coalition of Medicines Regulatory Authorities to explore opportunities for regulatory convergence, with the goal that this will enable faster, responsible innovation that benefits patients and animals. So it's in this spirit of collaboration that I'm delighted to open this workshop, and I encourage you to share your perspectives openly, to challenge assumptions, to bring forward ideas that help us strike the right balance for responsible innovation in this AI space. I wish you 2 productive days of discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, EMA. Moving straight on to Karl Broisch, President of the German Medicines and Devices Agency, BfArM, also co-chair of the Network Data Steering Group, and also my great pleasure, Karl, co-chairing this afternoon and tomorrow also. So Karl, over to you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. So a warm welcome from my side to all of you here in the room and from remote. I think it's a real pleasure to join you here as co-chair of the Network Data Steering Group, as Peter mentioned. And from that point of view, what we are doing there and looking to the 2 days now we are working together here, it's a real milestone. This is the first workshop under the stewardship of the Network Data Steering Group, and so following the successful conclusion of the Big Data Steering Group mandate, the Network Data Steering Group was established in January this year, and so we did a lot of work already. And the activities on data and medicines regulation, from data collection to data analysis, indeed, is including artificial intelligence in all its facets. And so we are working on these activities. Therefore, the Network Data Steering Group has a unique role to enable better medicines regulation through better processes and better decisions underpinned by high-quality data and advanced analytics. As a result, when the AI work plan was integrated into the Network Data Steering Group, it became part of a broader perspective and a more ambitious vision. Trusted medicine by unlocking the value of data. That's our vision at the NDSG. Peter Arlett, co-chair for this workshop, and I also have the privilege also to co-chairing this steering group. This dual co-chairmanship from EMA and the heads of medicines agencies role demonstrates the strengths of the collaboration between national competent authorities and the EMA across a range of network data activities. And together, we are shaping the future, as EMA already mentioned, of medicines regulation and unlocking the value of data to deliver trusted medicines for patients. And in many countries, these things are going on, but we have to bring it together and need more collaboration. AI is poised to bring enormous benefits across the medicine's life cycle and in regulatory activities. We see that in our daily work at the national agencies as well as here at the EMA. But with opportunity comes challenge. The work plans of the NDSG and the Big Data Steering Group before it exist to help us navigate those challenges and realize the promised benefits. And it's really a lot to do if you look on the website what we have in mind and what we want to do in the next years. One example is the development and sharing of AI tools to improve regulatory efficiency and deepen insights into our health data, which are available. This is ongoing collaboration in action, the next step, as EMA mentioned. So we are fortunate to have several national competent authorities with the capability to develop such AI tools. Today we will hear from Sweden and from Denmark on this. However, enabling their use across a network requires more than technical expertise. It demands a roadmap and a framework for collaboration. Before both roadmap and the collaboration framework are now close to finalization under the work plan of the NDSG. Another example is AI literacy. AI is moving at a fast pace. You all know about the discussions around the AI Act. And AI literacy will need to be agile, constantly evolving and tailored to different profiles. Our assessors, US developers, and users outside there. It will require close collaboration and continuous sharing of learnings, and this will be delivered across our European regulatory network. And this is the spirit of our workshop today and tomorrow, working together, learning from each other, and building the foundations for a future where data and AI serve patients and public health better than today. So I wish us all a productive workshop. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Carl. So the third pillar of the European Regulatory Network, the European Commission, Marco Marcella is Director for Digital Health, Health Systems Modernization, including Health Technology Assessment, and EU4Health, so health research. So over to you, Marco.
So thank you, Peter, thank you, Imer, thank you, Carl. It's a privilege to be with you all today, and it is quite a diverse set of stakeholders that we would like to engage with as well from an AI perspective. Now, as Imer reminded all of us, AI in healthcare is here already, and we are increasingly learning by the day the benefits that it brings, both for healthcare provisions of services, but also, say, for policy and system designs and in general for regulatory purposes. Now, it is obvious that as a technology, this is an enabling technology, and it's an enabling technology that should deliver safer, more efficient and more human-centered care, and in general services for healthcare. Now, we know that we are bringing the technology in a sector that functions within a very clearly regulated and safety clear settings. And for us, therefore, it's very important to guarantee that there is a positive, a secure impact on the patients, on healthcare professionals, and in general, on healthcare systems. And if you can enlarge that, we also cover the policies and the systems designs and the regulatory space. We have been working, let's say, with the member states over the past years to deliver not only the legal foundations for a trustworthy AI deployment in Europe and underlining the foundations for using data for that purpose, but we have also been mainstreaming in a number of initiatives at support so that we speed up developments and adoptions across, say, the sectors that I was mentioning before. But therefore, let's say there is also a strong commitment on real-world implementations, and one of these implementations, it is also belonging to the regulatory sectors. If we look at the ecosystems that is, let's say, conducive to innovations, we can say I can identify two elements that I would like to deepen a little bit in these opening remarks. The first one is the legislative ecosystems, and the second one is the strategies that goes around it. If we take the strategy, the legislative ecosystems, you are all aware that there are three main aspects that we are covering with it. The first one, it covers in general data access and data sharing across Europe. The second one, it is about ensuring security and trust of access and of the technology that is part of the ecosystem. And the third one, it is about safety and robustness. And the way in which we are shaping these legal ecosystems is exactly to do what Imer reminded at the very beginning, to create a trustworthy and equitable solutions for Europe. Now, on data and data sharing, you are for sure aware of the regulations on the European Health Data Space, which will create a foundations for reusing data across Europe, including for training AI models, including for regulatory purpose and policy making. But, this is a field where we need security and trust, and that trust is not only a technological element, but is a trust for people to engage and work with data and the technology so that the output is guaranteed to everyone. And this is the reasons why at the very beginning of this mandate, the college, probably one of the first acts was to come up with a cyber security action plan for hospitals in general, so that there is awareness and there are also measures to protect the data that is the foundations of what we are talking today. And essentially, when it comes to robust and safety, we do have the AI Act, we do have the conjunctions with MDR and the DVR, we do have the clinical trial regulations, and let me mention also the fourth element, which moves us from the data to the generations of insights, which is health technologies assessment. Now, these legislative ecosystems, as I said, it is supported by a set of strategic actions along 4 pillars. The first one is that we create infrastructure in Europe that are conducive to development AI, and that includes, say, for instance, the work that we are doing on the so-called AI factories and the AI gigafactories, but also testing and experimentations facilities that support, the verifications of solutions in controlled environment. The second aspect, Carl mentioned it, it's about building the skills and working on a dimension that, goes from not only the deployment of technological solutions within an organizational context, but is also preparing that context to adopt that particular technological solutions. And the other 2 elements, it is a full support along the full value chain from research to deployment with the European funds from, Horizon Europe Research, EU4Health, the Digital Europe program, so that we support the member states and the players like you in developing ideas, testing it out, and deploying at large scale. So with that, I think we are very much looking forward to the discussions today in getting your insights and your views, and so looking forward for, again, 2 productive days of discussions on AI in regulatory, but not only, in regulatory sectors, but not even more than regulatory experts. So thank you again for the invitations.
So thank you very much, Marco, for those perspectives and also for giving some of the policy context. Clearly, there's a big investment at European level in the different aspects of delivering benefits and safe benefits from artificial intelligence. We're going to move now from the opening introductory remarks to one of our keynotes of this workshop. It's my great pleasure to introduce Alain Cornet, who is wearing the hat of the organizational coach at Lupus Europe. Now, Alain has about 3 decades working before as a global finance executive at Procter & Gamble. And then more recently, he has moved into the world of patient advocacy and patient groups, initially with patients with systemic lupus erythematosus, and more recently, a broader range of rare connective tissue diseases. He has been the treasurer of Clare ASBI, founding member of Patient Expertise Centre in Belgium, general secretary and then organizational coach at Lupus Europe, and treasurer of Eurodis, the European Organization for Rare Diseases. He's also been involved in multiple national and European level projects, which I'm not going to list today, but Alain's going to tell us about one of them. So over to you, sir, please.
Thank you for the introduction and for the invitation to speak and address this great group. Let me just add one thing on my CV. I'm not an AI expert, nor is the organization that I'm actually supporting today, Lupus Europe. Lupus Europe is the European Federation of National Self-Help Groups for people with systemic lupus, which is an autoimmune disease. The crowd is a bit different than the people here because it's 95% women, typically in their young age, that are affected by that disease. And we seek to support them across Europe in a very small volunteer-driven organization. We don't have full-time staff, so we work that based on the energy of our volunteers. And when the topic came up of AI, we started thinking, what does it mean for our community? And for our community, like for many other patient communities, the first word that comes to mind when we think about AI is hope. And indeed, we hope that AI will help our GPs better navigate through the maze of rare diseases and identify faster the diagnosis. For people with lupus, the mean diagnosis time is 2 years. 46% of people receive another diagnosis before they are diagnosed with lupus, and all that delays the time by which they can get access to the right treatment. But we also hope that AI will help us better understand why a drug that is working for Anne-Marie is not working for Jeanette, although she has the same disease. And today, it's pretty much trial and error to find the right treatment for lupus. So you try treatment A, then treatment B, then treatment C, then treatment D, each time for 6 months to 1 year, and at the end, you hope something is going to work. And so if we could find that out with AI and be able to define which treatment will work for who before we start treatments, that would be so much of a help. We also hope that AI will accelerate research so that we get new treatments, and that new treatments are identified particularly for those which today are resisting to the standards of care, or for the 5,800 and so much rare diseases where today there is no treatment at all. So we also hope that AI will help our great doctors identify new emerging symptoms, or maybe that the lupus flare is going to come before it's there, that Jacques, which is a deformation of the hands, will be able to be tackled before it hurts, and so that we can stop the progression, which today is only stopped too late because we don't have emerging symptoms. These are all very complex topics, and so much work is already done on that today with historically only the human intelligence, I would say, without that augmentation that we can give by adding AI on it. And there are big, big hopes that with AI we'll be able to improve. And I know many of you are working hard on this. So right after the word hope, the next thing that comes to mind is thank you. Thank you for all those researchers which are using AI and are digging into the vast amount of data that no human being or no team could comprehend without the assistance of those tools, so that we maybe can manage in the future to accelerate diagnosis, to give more treatment options, to get better disease understanding, so many other things that could be helpful for patients' life. But today, my topic is really a lot more modest than that. It's a very small drop in the ocean of artificial intelligence, and one that shows that the transformative potential of AI extends well beyond these very complex, large data management. Well, you all know that drugs best work when you take them. And that goes with the general management of patients for their health. And that management requires quality information. So quality information is tough to find. Typically, when you have a chronic disease, it is not at the time of your appointment with the doctor, which maybe is once every 3 or 6 or 9 months, but it's very often right after, or it's just in the middle. And then what do people do? Well, what we see is that people don't wait their next appointment to get the answer to their questions from their expert doctor. What they do is 45.3%, and that comes from a study, we had 4,500 responses of lupus people. 45.3% use social media at least weekly to get answers to their questions about their disease and their treatment. 27.3% use Google at least weekly, and 31% on top use it at least monthly. So the vast majority of people is using today social media or Google to get answers to their questions. because you don't get to see your rheumatologist that often. And that is actually, even though, as you can see from the second graph on the right, that's even though patients themselves recognize that the quality of the information is poor. And what you see is almost a reversed scale in between the frequency of use, where rheumatologists and experts are coming highest, and the trust in the source, where you clearly see that Google, which is the highest frequency, has the lowest score. So Dr. Google is not a good doctor. And still, too many patients use it because they lack a better solution. So this is something we really struggle since years. I'm now 15 years supporting Lupus Europe. And from the beginning, that was coming up. How do we give access to quality information to all people living with lupus in Europe? So in 2018, we started engaging on a big project. A huge project of creating one website where people would get answers to their key questions on lupus in their own language. And we formed that objective. We want 95% of the European population to receive answers to their key questions in their own language. So we started from a document that existed in French, which we updated. We added more questions. We went to identify 100 questions that patients have about lupus. And we worked then in teams with doctors to write answers to these questions. A huge work to align doctors around Europe on answering questions of patients about lupus. And thanks to the reference networks, we could progress that because we had there a team of people willing to work that with patients. So teams of patients and doctors created answers. And then we translated everything into English. And then from English, we translated everything into different languages, each time with pairs of patients and doctors working together at those translations and then validating the translation back into English to make sure it was correct. So 7 years later, we have 20 languages covering about 90% of the populations. That's very well used now, but that was such a huge work. Hundreds of hours of volunteering from doctors and from patients, 7 years of efforts, and all that with a very high cost also for implementation. So for a small organization like us, that was a huge undertaking. But that was the old way. Then came May 2024, and I vividly remember the European Lupus meetings in Bruges, where we had a fishbowl session involving patients and doctors on how to get the best of AI and not the worst. So that was a year and a half ago. And obviously the topic of Dr. Google came up, and the topic of ChatGPT hallucinations, and the fact that the answers were not always better from ChatGPT. So after the fishbowl discussion, that was the last topic of the day. We had 3 patients and a doctor still discussing in the lobby at the time that they were almost locking the doors. And just before we left, we said, that's the solution. We need to lock ChatGPT into a library with no windows, no doors, no ways to escape, that it can only look at the information we give it. And so at that time, the energy of the passion of our volunteers kicked in. So we knew nothing about ChatGPT, but other people knew. So we went to see the people that were doing our website, and we say, how can you execute that? We went to our industry partners to say, do you have somebody from your IT service that could read these suggested descriptions for the projects, or that could review these quotes and give us advice on whether what they are doing is actually what we wanted to do? We went to see the doctors to see how could we make a list of documents that both you and the patients trust give the right answers. So we identified that, and by early June, a month later, we had a beta version. And early June was the European Congress of Rheumatology. You have 10,000 rheumatologists in one place. Just the day before the Congress, the beta version was available. We had 10,000 people ready to test it. So we just put our QR codes there so that people could start reviewing, and we asked people, go and test it. and find out what you think of it. Is that good? Is that giving the right answers? Is that reliable? And immediately the feedback was incredible. So not only it worked, but it actually worked in virtually any language, something we did not expect. And so we had doctors coming and saying, the answers are great. It answers very well the questions, better than I would do, actually. So it gives the right tone, it gives the right information. Go ahead, do it. Oh, we had a few tweaks to do because, for example, it resisted in Lithuanian saying that lupus was something else than a wolf. So we had to give some more instructions. But we had nice comments, and in September 2024, we could launch live. And so, I just need to move my slides. And so Lupus GPT was there, not 7 years after, 4 months after. And it was not delivering 20 languages, it was delivering 100 languages with a quality that was appreciated by everyone. So Lupus GPT is an AI tool that reliably answers the patient's questions and their family and the GP's questions about lupus in virtually any language based on a restricted library, which contains today 119 documents only, of trusted documents reviewed and selected jointly by patients and doctors, so that we make sure we are 100% sure that the quality is there, that this will give the right answers. And it doesn't go back even to its training data, which was apparently one of the difficulties in locking ChatGPT in that room. There is no subscription, there is no login, there is no fee. You just access lupusgpt.org and you put your question. Now, the answer, if the answer is available, you're going to get your answer. And it's going to have a tone that is encouraging, that is empowering. It's going to make sure that the answer is given in a way that can actually help people understand and positively understand what the answer is. It doesn't leave you with emotional issues that you get in some answers. A simple example, if you ask, is lupus hereditary? Well, you can view it two ways. And the way it's going to answer is going to say basically, well, what people writing that, basically they worry about their children having lupus. That risk is still very, very small, but there are genetic components. At the beginning, the tool was saying, yes, it is, because there are genetic components. Now the tool will answer you in another way. It's going to say, hey, no, it is not strictly hereditary. There are genetic components, but they only account for about 2% of the risk of lupus. And therefore, people get an answer which they can better comprehend, appreciate, and to go. The tool will also not answer you if it does not have an answer. There is a specific instruction. If it's not in your database, you will respond, I'm sorry, the answer to your question is not in my database. If it's an urgent medical need, contact your doctor. If you need social support, contact your patient organization. Do you want to know the name of the organization in your country? And then there it goes, and it sends you somewhere. So we don't keep any data. We don't keep IP addresses or whatever. What we do keep is basic statistics on the country, so that we know where we reach, or the number of questions that have been raised, so we can track the progress of the tool. And then we also keep the frequency of some keywords. So we've made a list of keywords so that we can track and find out what are the key topics that people are asking questions about. What material do we maybe need to develop to improve that? And it does also keep a separate list of the key topics, not the specific questions, but the topics where it did not find an answer, so that we work with doctors to create answers to those unanswered questions. Now, we're not marketing experts, so we work with very limited budgets. We would not be able to run a global campaign on this. So it's only through words of mouth and through our members that Lupus GPT has been distributed so far. Now, we had the very nice help of winning the Made with Patients Awards for Best Emerging Innovation in June this year, and we've seen that that helped us reach a broader audience. Today, we have users in 124 countries, and we've got more than 60,000 questions answered. and the rate of answering questions goes up every single week versus the previous week, so it continues spreading. We are thrilled also with some of the feedback we received. So one example, we had a doctor saying, I couldn't believe it works so well in Korean. This is the first time I have information on lupus that I can give to my patients. And we've got the same message from a number of countries. So we thought, how can we further improve this? And so as one of our priorities is vulnerable populations that we need to help, we've designed an Easy Lupus toggle button. And when you go on Easy Lupus, you can still raise your questions there, and it's going to answer them with a simpler language. We target the language level of a 10 years old, so that we can go to populations that are not familiar with the medical terminology and that might struggle with complex words. Really important to reach people with lower health literacy. So Easy Lupus now accounts for about 20% of our questions. And we won't stop here, because there are some people that can't read or see or write because of alphabetism or because of low sight. So we are now finishing the design of a spoken version, where you can raise your question verbally and you get an answer verbally. And that one also, the current test model suggests, works in any language in which there are operating systems that operate. It's based on your operating system to define the language, because it needs to recognize it quickly. So this is a much more modest use of AI than working on the big data, as you all do, and which we absolutely need. But it's one that does not require high investments, and one which we believe is essential because it shows that we can directly support populations by bringing a better understanding of their condition, and we can bring them a better control over their own disease. We can empower them through AI tools. And our experience shows that when AI is shaped directly with heavy patient involvement from the start, it can very quickly become a tool for empowerment, for bridging knowledge gap, or for basically helping people navigate through their own health. What we felt was absolutely impossible 10 years ago is now here. I mean, people with lupus have access to reliable, quality information about their disease in Swahili, Tagalog, Turkish, Ukrainian. We can truly say goodbye, Dr. Google. All we now need to do is to make sure that people know about it, and that we continue to maintain the database so that it's keeping current with the new developments on the disease. So a last testimony that we received from a person that used the tool, and she says, I've got 3 children which have cognitive delay. So she told us that her children, in terms of health information, have nothing about their disease. 3 children, the same disease, it's a rare disease. There is no information available to them for their disease, and nothing they could ever access or understand. But that Easy Lupus pitched it at such a level that they can understand and that they can follow. So if the same would be available for her disease area, this would be a huge improvement. Well, the good news is that it is there. It is there, and Lupus GPT is available to be stolen, to be copied, to be improved, to be duplicated, reapplied. Whoever wants to use it, you're free to use it. All you now need to do is to create your own library of reliable documents, working with doctors on the content. But the infrastructure can be copied at a much reduced cost versus what it took us to develop it, because the R&D work is done. So we could soon have a Sjögren GPT, myasthenia gravis GPT, whatever that is, that would answer the questions of those patient communities. So that's the story of Lupus GPT. But if I can take another 2 minutes, there was one topic that is less positive, and which also came up in the discussions with patients about the future of AI. And so I feel I need to use the opportunity to mention that one and raise a big concern on something we see emerging with the misuse of AI, and particularly those GPT tools. AI is a great tool, but it can't replace human beings. And it can't replace patient experts in projects. So we recently had a doctor saying how great ChatGPT is, because he can create lay language versions without asking patients. And that is, I think, wrong. that is something we need to be very careful with, that AI will not replace individual expertise of patients. And so we really need to keep the role of experts, whether patients or doctors, at their place. Another example that came up recently, we submitted to a very well-known medical journal an article about lupus GPT. And we received the usual 2 reviewers' comments. So we've been sending those 2 reviewers' comments to an AI checker, one of these tools that tells you the likelihood that the document was made based on an AI tool. One of the 2 reviews came from 3 different AI checkers with a higher than 90% probability that the reviewer hadn't done anything except sending it to an AI tool. And that is a huge danger. That is a huge danger because you again lose the expertise. You don't have a real peer review anymore. You have a chat GPT review. I don't want to be in that world. I want experts to keep their voice. And we need experts to bring their own ideas, their own judgment, that thing that deviates from what AI would tell you based on norms and practices. So AI can't replace experts in peer reviews, can't replace patient experts. And I think that you in this room or listening on the web on this are playing a hugely important role in getting the best of AI to bring a better life to all the people living with diseases in Europe and beyond. But please also help us make sure that AI is not banning the unique touch of human experience. So thank you for your attention. And obviously, we'll be available to answer any question you have. We have a webinar that we are scheduling mid-January for those that want to copy the tool. And you can register with the address you have there from our secretariat. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Alain, for this impressive presentation. And I think you phrased it perfectly for us. And the framing is perfect to start then our discussions today. So as a trained neurologist and psychiatrist, I'm so familiar with the trial and error approaches, particularly in psychiatric disorders, and as you mentioned it, and how AI may help us in the future to make that data-driven better in everyday treatment, coming more to a type of precision medicine. But you also framed the chances as such and the challenges. So AI tools and ChatGPT might be complementary, but we need the expertise at a basis and excellent data as a basis as well. So thank you very much for this excellent start into the day. And are there questions, comments? So as we phrased it, we start here in the room and then looked then online as well. So I see a hand there.
Hi,
please introduce yourself.
Yeah, Bastian Hornung. I'm a methodology assessor at the Dutch agency. Great presentation. I say each time when I thought, oh, I need to ask something about that, you directly answered it. It was very well thought through. I really liked it. But first, I want to make a comment. You said it took a long time to compile the data, and it was a very painful process. But as we can see, nothing replaces quality data. Is very critical. And now my question. So have you collected a lot of information, and have you checked in how far the tool will give disagreeing answers? It has recently been a lot in the media that tools will just affirm your belief, and that when people will say, oh, I'm very happy with this answer because it agrees with me. And I assume that patients will ask a lot of questions where they'll be just wrong. So have you checked in how far people like it because it agrees with them, or if it gives really correct information?
Right. This is something that we indeed have tried to assess in our first test, and we are actually rerunning the test now that we moved to the ChatGPT-5 to make sure it remains there. So basically, by having questions formulated in different ways about the same topic, and to see that the answers appear and come back very similar. And that seems to be the case, whether in the same language or in different languages. So we are sometimes asking 3 or 4 of our patient experts to formulate a question, to imagine a question, and then we have different people raising that question in their own language, and then we compare the answers. And there doesn't seem to be a confirmation of a hypothesis that would be formulated in the question.
So thank you very much. Are there other comments, remarks? Yeah, please.
Thank you. Stephen Pike, Parexel and Acro. Thank you for a very nice talk. And I think the issues that you highlighted, I think, have very general application. But in particular, I'll pick up on one. You described, as the previous questioner remarked, you described the amount of work and I guess time that was required in order to build this engine to address patient interests and needs. And one can imagine that until similar engines are built for other diseases, patients will continue to rely upon the old resources with all of their inadequacies, as we know. At the same time, this is a technology which is accelerating very, very fast indeed. And I wonder what your thoughts are on the balance between the desire, indeed the need, to do a really nice job when you're delivering a product for patients to use that they can trust, and the pace of change of technology and the number of diseases for which this is needed. How do we address that huge gap?
Very good question, and one of our key concerns today. So we've started designing that, and we see it moves so quickly. We already are at the 3rd generation of revamping the tool, and while we have decided to go with the voice-activated version, we have no clue what 2026 will be. And so today we believe it's so important that as an organization, that's our priority, and we are very agile. From that point of view, we can be a lot more agile than many big organizations because being small is sometimes a strength from that point of view. But where will that be 3-4 years from now? I've got no clue. So what we've decided to do is to keep with as much as we can with the pace of change. One thing that we don't do is to update the database too often, because that is forcing to remake all your validations and so on. So we do batches of adding documents rather than do it on a permanent basis. And we seek to stay current with the technology. My hope is that such tools would so much show their value that one platform one day gets created by whoever that is, and where the technology is maintained by someone else than us. Because the ideal would be that a big foundation or whatever says, gosh, this is such a big need, we need to help people have access to quality information. And so let's trust the ERNs. This would be the ideal place. Each ERN has the expertise of patients and doctors. They should be able to say, here are the materials that we want to use to answer questions on this disease or that disease, and that I'm dreaming of Europe, but and that Europe would have the infrastructure where there is one room for lupus, one room for sugar, and one room for each of the ERN diseases, has one room on the big system that can be then maintained because there is the scale to do it. But I might be dreaming too much, though if some people in the room have access to that solution, talk with me. Good. We need to chat.
So, do you comment?
Hi. First of all, thank you for the amazing workshop and having the opportunity to discuss this out loud. My name is Maria Rodriguez and I belong to Foundation 29. I work with Julian Isla, who is doing an amazing job on AI and trying to help rare diseases diagnosis. And the good news that AI is hope. Is hope because we already have 1 million users. And people is finding the tool very useful. We always encourage patients to keep definitely the doctor in the loop. Doctors are giving us an amazing feedback. We do rate the accuracy and how they feel it is working. In Spain, more than 3 regions of hospitals are already using it. Doctors are already consulting the symptoms, and the tool helps bring different answers. Just the main tipping point here is that the tool doesn't determine anything, just opens the doors for different alternatives, different scenarios that maybe the first specialist or the first doctor didn't consider. And when they read it, they say, oh, maybe that's true. Then I need the following protocol. So yes, we really should talk later, and there is hope there. Thank you.
If I can quickly just answer, and indeed that tool, dxgpt.app, is again one of wonderful examples, and I think that really I can only encourage you and thank you for all the work you're doing. I know many patients which are themselves going there and then going and talking with their doctor, and it's great to open the doors to the possibilities and to help people navigate.
Just have a small add-on, and I think we are like you guys, like we are so small. You don't need so much people sometimes to develop something that is meaningful and full of value if you are aligned.
So we have some questions then from remote, and they are focusing how long your data are valid. So how often you mentioned some of the tools, but here and how you do it, but here's a specific questions from different people. How long can we trust the results and the answers which are coming out?
Well, if you look at lupus currently, I mean, the disease and the symptoms have been analyzed for a long period and they're still the same. So all that part is current. The part which is changing is new treatments. And so we are very cautious on new treatments. We do not put news about potential future treatments in the database, because that is very difficult to manage in terms of how you position them. And for people that sometimes you create too many hopes that might be disappointments later. So we do not bring the latest news on treatments. But after the Lupus Congress or the EULAR Congress, we then look at, is there anything significant that we need to add, new standards of care elements and so on, and then we add them into the database. And this way, we believe it can be maintained and curated and remain permanently current.
Okay, thank you very much. And I think we have seen a lot of thumbs up and hearts during your presentation. So thanks again for this excellent presentation. We are looking forward to the exchange. There will be tomorrow morning somehow a follow-up to this. And yeah, thanks again. And now we will follow up then with the next part of our session today. And here I hand over to Georg and Saide to see then the practical applications from the NCAs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carl, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome also from our side to the second part of the workshop. The session itself is entitled Regulatory AI Use Cases, with a specific focus on improving efficiency and enhancing decision-making. It's an absolute pleasure to co-chair this session with Georg Neuwirth here, Head of IT at the Austrian agency, and to have such an exceptional panel of speakers from across the EU network, which I will have the pleasure to introduce to you shortly. This session itself has a very clear purpose, and that is to show how, as a European Medicines Regulatory Network, we are not only developing critical guidance on AI, but as you will hear, both NCAs and EMA are actively enabling the safe and effective use of AI into the regulatory processes across the life cycle, and of course for human and veterinary medicines. You will quickly understand that by bringing such expertise, experience, and commitment to ensure that AI strengthens regulations across Europe, that our shared ambition is to advance not only individual regulators or individual agencies, but as a truly connected European system. We have held several workshops in the recent months to gather different use cases and needs as well as priorities from the EU network. And we have also discussed how to share the many tools that have actually already been developed. And without further ado, I would have the pleasure to introduce you to Gabriel Westman. Of course, Gabriel doesn't need much introduction, but he is the head of AI at the Swedish Medicines Agency. He is also an infectious diseases specialist and has a Master of Science in Engineering. Gabriel, you have brought with you Seamus Doyle, as well as Samuel Franson, that are both data scientists with MScs in engineering physics. And together you will explain the AI at MPA toolbox and what AI in EU regulation means from MPA perspective. The floor is yours.
Now you can hear me properly. Thank for all of us three for the opportunity to present our work here today. So I will be talking on the AI at MPA toolbox. This is not everything we do, but it's a set of services, AI services mainly for medicines regulation, which we also then provide to our EU partners. So I will discuss and give you a short overview, focus on some of the systems, and then Samuel and Seamus will introduce some of the particular apps that we have recently launched, and happy to discuss it afterwards. So I'll just give you a very brief overview, and I will start with this division because I think there's a lot to talk with generative AI, and we saw an excellent example of how GPTs can be used and how generative AI can be used. But sometimes you still feel that it can be quite tricky to translate into business value, while the encoder models, the workhorses of the AI and machine learning community, is not getting as much press. So I will pull for this and discuss our encoder tools. I mean, we have trained pharmacovigilance triage models where we receive an ADR report, it automatically triages on severity, probability to have our assessors help priority. We will have semantic search for product information for all centralized products. We have automatic navigation where you can upload a document and you can get what guidance and what documents are relevant for your work without having to even have to look at it yourself. We have Paxim, a search engine for mock-ups for box designs. So you get a new mock-up, you can see whether the new design is too similar to an existing product. We can ask them to change the design, at least for the Swedish database, and we can reduce the risk of medication error. And then we have Schema, our chemical search engine, along with Regulus, our general regulatory support app, similar to ChatGPT, but held in an enclosed regulatory space. So all of the green you see is fully deployed in production, shared with no less than 24 EU agencies, while the yellow, Radar, Socir, and Vera, are new apps up and coming, and we will give you a little bit of a short introduction on those as well. But to the toolbox, and here we will not discuss our pharmacovigilance apps, we'll not discuss anything Swedish specific, but focus on the things that we actually do share. Because when we were sharing the EU presidency, we showed our work and there were many countries approaching us and saying, well, we would like this as well. But actually sending an AI system to someone else is quite tricky. It's like, it's more tricky than adopt a dog. There are so many things that need to be in place for things to work. You have to consider updates, you have to think about site security, and we realized most of our apps are built so we can deploy them in the cloud, and we can just give everyone access in the regulatory space. And now we have 24 agencies using it. We have our 6th app up and running, or quite soon. And it's been so far a success story in terms of that usage is actually going up. So now these are 2 graphs because we actually have 2 instances for Regulus, but in total, we serve now at least 15,000 regulatory processing requests monthly. And it's, as you see, it's quickly going up. And then just briefly, because this is our most used app, I will discuss about Regulus a little bit more in detail. It's an acronym for Regulatory Universal Support, and the big selling point is not that it's going to be any better than ChatGPT or any custom GPT. The selling point is that we host everything ourselves, whether locally or in the cloud. We own the models, we own the containers, we know that nothing is going into any API, no metadata is leaking, we own everything, the full flow. This means that we in Sweden can make the legal assessment, that we can put our application dossiers there. We can discuss our non-public preliminary regulatory positions. Everything we do that we'd like to keep confidential in the agency, we can trust with the system. So it helps us to summarize, to translate, to process documents, but also to answer regulatory questions, because we have a RAG, similar to what we just heard. We have a document database of all the guidelines, of all the product information, and also some national documents. We can ask and get answers, rather than just finding the document or searching for it. It reads words, it reads PDFs, it reads audio files for transcriptions, it reads scanned documents for extracting text. And we are sort of finding how to translate it into business value, because building an app is one thing, but actually getting regulatory value out of it, increasing speed, increasing quality, is another thing. So now we're training users, finding use cases, and supporting quality control. So this is just a quick test run. I was just asking it, what can you help me with find? What are the requirements of evidence for a pivotal trial in a rare disease? And it actually gives quite a nice answer. It gives Vancouver references, and it gives the links to the document. So even if it doesn't get everything perfectly right, you get the basis of the answer. You can go into the documents and double check, because this is a key issue. Working with generative systems, you have to return the responsibility to the end user of double checking and making sure the output that is put forward is actually the human can stand by it. And with that short introduction, I will leave the word to Seamus Doyle.
Hello, it's nice being here. I'm Seamus Doyle, and I'm a data scientist at the Swedish MPA, and I'm going to talk to you about Radar, which is our up-and-coming tool for the toolbox. So just a short introduction to and background. So as a lot of you may know, there's a pilot on using clinical study data and medicine evaluation, and there are a lot of different approaches to how you can interact with this, but our data approach here is that it should be seen as intended to accelerate and enhance the regulatory understanding of a dossier, rather than to replicate it. And so you do this by eliminating questions that can be answered with raw data queries, which further helps you to phrase questions more precisely by the support of these raw data analyses. And Radar fits into this by being an AI-driven tool for fast and easy analysis of this raw data. And it does this through no-code analyses and by enabling non-programmers to analyze and answer questions. So what you see here is the basic system architecture. And what I want to point out here is that there are three main parts. There's the Radar front end, the environment you'll be in. And from here, you'll get support by large language models that we host ourselves. We have full control over the language models, how they're deployed, how they're used. And you'll get help from these with both interacting with the data, understanding the data, knowing which tables to analyze, which columns to use, which parameters, and so on. And the large language models will help you convert your requests into actual code that will be run in an R environment. And then there'll be the full traceability of seeing the actual code that was run to produce the result that you want to use. So the main pipeline from converting your request into an analysis looks as following. You start off with an analysis prompt. This is converted into an enriched query by asking the environment. This enriched query is converted into code that is post-processed to make sure that it's safe, there's nothing malicious there. And finally, you execute the code and get your analysis output. And here we also have the ability to handle errors by having feedback loops to make sure that everything is correct. So that was the inner workings of the tool. And now I want to cover how the actual usage will look like. When you enter this tool, this is a bit undecided yet, but you'll either provide your data yourself, or will be in the data layer where the raw data actually is. And from here, you'll be able to select which study you want to work with. And once here, you'll have a data assistant that will help you find the actual tables, the columns, the parameters that you want to analyze. And from here, you can, well, actually select them and you can load your table and work with it. And once you've done this, you'll be in the Analysis tab, where you can actually chat with our analysis assistant to have a conversation about what actual analysis you want to perform. So say you want to perform a survival analysis, the model will ask you what kind, the specifics of the actual analysis, and you will finally get an analysis prompt that you can send through the system. And so you actually get the output from it. And if you're happy here, you will be able to extract the output in a PDF. But if you're not happy, you can further adjust what kind of analysis you want to perform by further chatting with the model. And here I want to add that when you get your result, you'll actually be able to see the code that ran the result as part of the extraction. So that's what you see here. So just finishing off, I want to add that we're planning on release around Christmas time, and we're working with the risk assessment to make sure that this is all, everything works as intended. I think that was it for me.
Thank you very much. Samuel Fransson, data scientist also at the MPA. I will talk about Schema, Smiles Chemical Embeddings Map. It's our newest tool to the toolbox, just a few months old. So basically, short background. Given a new substance or new impurities that you're not aware of, what are its expected properties in terms of adverse reactions, interaction pathways, or chemical similarities to other properties or other molecules? The QSAR approach connects the structure of the molecule to the properties of the molecule, and that is what we're exploring here. Molecules can be converted to mathematical representations, for example, through Morgan fingerprinting to create vectorized representations of the molecules. We can also use machine learning-based approaches to create embeddings that we can use in a similar way. And then the structural similarity is obtained to comparing these vectors to each other. Similarity in vector space codes for similarity in structures. So basically, utilizing the machine learning-based approach, we utilize chemical language transformer models. It means you first need to convert your structure, your molecule, to some type of language that can be read by the transformer. In this case, it's the SMILES language. You convert your structure to a SMILES-based representation of the molecule, then you can feed it to the model to create a vectorized representation of it you can use downstream in your application. So this is what we've done with Schema. We created a database with around 650,000 molecules. We vectorized them with a pre-trained chemical language transformer model. We collected metadata from several sources, PubChem, Tox21, but also adverse event frequencies from a national database to include in the application. And then distance in this vector space then encodes for substance structure similarity. We also, of course, allow for filtering based on common IDs and other properties that you may want to filter on before you do your search. So this is what you first encounter when you open an application. You upload an image, for example, of your structure. A combined CNN and transformer-based model converts this image to a SMILES representation that you can use in your transformer model to create your vectorized representation. You can also, of course, do a 2D rendering to see that it actually is correctly read, so you can use it downstream. Then we do a search, comprehensive search, maybe to all 650,000 molecules. And you select the top K distances, top K molecules that are most similar to this one, display them to the user, along with all the metadata for the molecules. We also created a vector or 2D representations, a dimension reduction through UMAP, so you can see the global scope, where the substance is actually positioned against a lot or more substances. As usual, we will do some scientific evaluation on this application to publish it, focusing on benchmarking this machine learning-based approach to, for example, the Morgan fingerprinting method, focusing on the prediction of adverse drug reactions. And we're also continuously updating the databases and metadata to accommodate the user needs at the agency. Thank you.
And I will get the honors of wrapping this up just to see what's ahead. And of course, we have no up-and-coming apps and also things that are not intended for regulatory space. Just briefly mentioning that we are also trying to build things to deliver our messaging to healthcare. It's an EU-funded project called SOCIR, where we try to have source-controlled information retrieval, so what we produce on a government level, not only the MPA, but other Swedish governments, is safely delivered and context-relevant into healthcare, so that they can actually use a generative AI app, a little bit similar to what we saw on the Lupus GPT, but which can actually fulfill criteria for a medical device, and then will no longer be hosted by us, of course. Then we have Vera, which I think is highly regulatory relevant, and that is our attempt at going further than Regulus in actually embedding the whole dossier, so that when we do get a new drug application, we will actually process all the documents and build a vector database, train a model based on that specific dossier, and then enable it for a limited time as long as that assessment is open. And that is, of course, a reg-based approach, similar to what you've heard with Lupus, but I think will be very helpful in actually saving time for assessors. So this was quite a worthy presentation, or a lengthy presentation, but if you want to know more details about us, as Samuel said, we try to publish all the methodology we develop and all the applications we try. So just look up on PubMed and you will find our publications there. And with that, I thank you for your attention and happy to take any questions.
Thank you to all three of you for sharing such a wide spectrum of tools and addressing very interesting use cases. The idea would be to have all presentations and then to take the questions at the end together. Thank you, Gabriel, Seamus, and Samuel. So the next will be about FAIR, pharmacovigilance by AI in real time, and the presentation of preliminary results from a Danish consortium. Let me introduce you to Klaus Muldrup. You are Director of Data and Data Analytics at the Danish Medicines Agency. You've been a full professor prior to this position, and you hold a PhD postdoc in pharmacy. Klaus, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, and thank you for the opportunity to present to both here in the room and online. Actually, I think it's the third time that FAIR has been presented in this setting. Before me, I also presented last year, and 2 years ago, Jesper Kjær, who was my predecessor, is sitting over here, was also presenting. So maybe it's starting to get into kind of a Netflix series. I don't know. And maybe you can judge whether this is a fruitful documentary or just a soap opera. Again, that's up to you after this presentation. So just for those of you who can't remember what FAIR is all about, I'll just give you a brief introduction to that. So essentially, FAIR is sponsored half by the Danish Innovation Fund, and then it's a collaboration between universities, patient organizations, and also the Danish Medicines Agency. On the university side, we both have the
AI Pioneer Center from the Copenhagen University, and we also have hospitals delivering on the more epidemiological part of it. And what has been kind of the whole idea behind FAIR was that, well, we would like to be more proactive in our both finding new drug reactions, but also to evaluate and validate new adverse drug reactions. And as we all know, one of the drawbacks of today's system is that we are relying on spontaneous reports. And we are essentially, to some extent, sitting on our hands until there are reports enough that we can actually start to do some looking into the real evidence around this. But we also know that there is a huge underreporting. I mean, some cases of only 1% in some scientific papers, and other up to 10%. But still, there is a huge underreporting issue. And given that, we thought that wouldn't it be better if we could use AI to actually maybe look up some of these cases, because we know that the underreporting is due to a variety of instances. One could, of course, be that we are lazy and not reporting. Another one is that we don't really see those side effects because it might be a new reaction, a new drug event reaction that has not been seen before. And we all know that we are always trying to look for what we know. So there is a lot of reasons that this underreporting is in this. So the imagination was here that if we were able to have a drug event, maybe one case reported, but was able then to look into all the real-world data that we have available and I will come to that in a second, in the Danish system, would we then be able to kind of find, you could call it digital twins? Could we find something which was similar but just not reported? It might be that a person is then entering the hospital giving an indication of being dizzy, but the doctor is not relating that to a specific drug. But actually, if we do some AI on the unstructured data, we might find that this drug event, so this person got this drug, 2 months later, she or he was feeling dizzy. If that is the case in 20 other cases, which was not reported, then suddenly we have evidence that we could proceed and try to see if this could be a signal for further investigation by the Prague setup. So this is pharmacovigilance today, and of course, if we look into it, the spontaneous reporting is some of the things that we see for a regulatory perspective. Of course, we have also of the reportings from healthcare professionals and from the companies. But what we really could see is that the FAIR model could not completely eradicate this, but we could use it as a kind of a support tool to find these drugs reactions. So this is the model. So what you see here is on your left is, of course, all the data sources. These are encrypted based on our CPR number, so that's the individual person number. Then we put these data on data sources on the NGC server, the National Genome Server. It's a high computer server, closed environment with a hardcore from this server to the Danish Medicines Agency. So we are working in a fully closed, not cloud-based system. And then, of course, we then apply some AI, and I will show you some of that in a second. And the big FAIR model was then to kind of just look for anything. So that's what you see, the signals. And then based on that, do some prioritization and later on verification. Of course, seen from a scientific point of view, and that's where this collaboration in FAIR with the universities, this is kind of the grail to be able to kind of find a lot of side effects.
and just look for it. On the other hand, seen from a regulatory perspective, this might then create a lot of work. And we never know whether this is a big or small thing, or whether it's true or not true, whether the AI model is just finding something which is not there. So for us, this is of course maybe not the perfect model. So right now we're working on what we could call a minimal viable product, where we do take stuff which has been seen as maybe a case, and then we are looking for exactly those verifications and signals in the unstructured data, and of course also in the data directly in the registers, and then trying to see if this could accelerate the you could say the time from case to signal verification. This is just to show you that, of course, we have all the healthcare data, we have the register data. It is put into a secure, high-power facility, and then we do the analysis on our AI system. And that will, of course, when we look into the future, when we have the analysis, we will, of course, use that again to bring back the loop into the healthcare system, so that we can maybe in the future be able to identify side effects and even report to the doctor and the specific patients that they should be aware that there might be actually a side effect concerning this. Maybe they didn't report it, but it might be there and they should have a look. So when we look into what's really maybe the uniqueness of the FAIR project from this, is that in Denmark we have this fantastic opportunity to have health data from cradle to grave, and it's all linked together in a civil number, which means that we can actually have the full picture of a patient on a lot of data, not only health data, but also socioeconomic data, employment data, educational data, whatsoever. And that means that we can look for maybe some, you could say, connections that might not be so obvious around what's a side effect here. So what we do is, let's see if So what we do is that if you see in the left down corner, you see a lot of strings. These strings are individual patients. So we are doing what's called embeddings. We take all these instances for each individual patient, and then we are just embedding those. And then if we have an event and later on an outcome, we will be able to actually work around the co-founders of this. So usually you would imagine that everything before an event and later an outcome would be seen as a confounder. In this case, we are actually just saying, well, the machine learning model will actually encounter that in the process. And then using this core-BERT analysis tool, we are able to then have a map of patients. And here are two cases of mapping. What you can see, one is the mapping based on age, and you can see the green area is the people between, I cannot see it on this screen, it's too small, but I think it's 29 to 40 or something like that. And then you can later on in the one in the bottom, you see the diagnosis. You see that actually pregnancy is of course around the area of that age. So of course we can use this to kind of bundle specific patients into specific areas, and here being able suddenly to see if there's any patterns around a cause and an effect, or an event and an outcome, which the outcome could then be, of course, a adverse drug reaction. So when we do this mathematically, and I will definitely not going into that model because I'm not the expert on this. This is done solely by the AI Pioneer Center at Copenhagen University. But this is exactly how they calculate this probability and estimated outcome. And in this case, it could have been an effect, but it could also be an estimated outcome in terms of adverse drug reactions. So this is kind of the mathematically model behind using these patients' embeddings, and then the propensity score and propensity outcomes. Just to give you an example, this was done using, this was long COVID, So here you see the black part of it is brain scans, and there is some small red dots on the brain scans, and these brain scans, and these are microbleeds. And what we did with this model, or at least I was not a part of that publication, but the Copenhagen AI Center was a part of it. Took 73 cases from before COVID-19, and then they had 290 cases. 290 cases before the pandemic, and then 33 cases after the infection. And they were able to then, by using the AI methods around these scans, they were able to then see that there was a larger risk of having microbleeds after COVID-19. And of course, this is a very interesting way to then look into adverse drug reactions based on AI. This has now actually turned into a bigger thing, and as EMA Cook already alluded to early here in her opening, AR is here, and it will continue to be here, and now it's just a matter how we are going to use it in the right way. And the IHA call 11 topic 3 was out this summer, and it's actually I think it's very much inspired by the FAIR project, which is good. Now it's called AI-powered signal detection in pharmacovigilance, and of course this has created a huge momentum and interest in this area. There will be a huge funding round. There will be, of course, one of the, I think, 7 consortiums have applied for this. And of course, these will then compete and see who's winning. And maybe some of them will be put together in order to get the best out of it in the end. So what you of course could expect is that FAIR have also been one of the consortium partners now called Smart PV. And one of the, I would say, the main things, the main learnings, and that's where it maybe becomes kind of a soap opera, is that getting access to data has actually been the biggest obstacle at all around the FAIR project. It took almost 3 years to get the right legal stuff. We had all the data there, it was all available. All the legal stuff around data took almost 3 years. And if you look into a lot of the Danish Medicines Agency is a part of other big EU projects at the moment, and all 4 of them that we are participating in, I mean, the biggest obstacle in all of them has been data access, and all of them are delayed due to data access. And I think if that is a very important part to have in mind when you are looking into funding rounds around these areas. So I really hope that the coming funding round on this will, of course, take into considering the data access as a very important part of being able to execute within the 4 years limits. So hopefully we will see AI pharmacovigilance in Europe, not only in Denmark, but in Europe before 2030. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Klaus, for showcasing the prospect of FAIR in an earlier identification of ADR and thus also improving medical treatment. I quite liked the way you put it in terms of unleashing AI on the health data from cradle to grave. It sounds a bit more than Netflix, but and of course also the problematic that you showed about the data access. Thank you very much. I'm sure there will be a lot of questions from the audience and other colleagues online. Please put them in the chat. Let's move on swiftly. So the next speaker, I would like to introduce Paul Sabal. He's working at EMA in my team. Paul will explain how AI could help consistency across assessment reports. He holds a PhD in physics, was a researcher in semiconductor industry, and is now coordinating at EMA the experimentation runway. Paul, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. Thanks a lot for the introduction, and thanks a lot for everybody for joining for this presentation. So as Zaide just mentioned, I'm going to discuss how AI can create greater consistency across assessment reports. How can it support assessors with structured prompt, reusable knowledge, and summaries capabilities? So for this presentation, so first I'm just going to outline a bit the current challenges that we have at EMA and the context. Then I'm going to discuss how AI can help in consistency, the quality assurance use case, and then its first results and benefits. And then I'm going to discuss a bit more the next steps in our journey, I would say, at EMA. So first, consistency in assessment reports. So consistency is not only about formatting and language, it's really about ensuring that every report reflects the same clarity and reflects the scientific rigor that we have. So if we look at the current EMA challenges, different assessors, they have of course different writing style and different level of details, which can make it harder to read between two different reports, and it can also introduce unclarity. We have also repeated information or overlapping sections, I would say, within the assessment reports. And sometimes these information, they are really put manually by the assessors. And so, of course, if it's manually copy and pasted, it can create, it's error prone, I would say, and we can make some mistakes. The assessors are also spending a lot of time on background summaries, on checklists. All of these are activities that do not necessarily provide any scientific value, but these activities are necessary for the completeness of the dossier assessment. And finally, quality control. So the peer review or the check that are being done are fully manual process. And these checks can happen quite late in the process, I would say. And if we look at all of these challenges, basically, if we accumulate all of this, we can see that the assessors that are doing manual checks, they might introduce some mistakes that are going to be picked up a bit late, and it can introduce a delay and increase the time, I would say, for the assessment, the final assessment. So why consistency matters? So as I mentioned, it's not only about an operational detail, it's really about the regulatory integrity. So what we want is to build reliability because our reports underpin regulatory decision. And of course, if they are inconsistent or not clear, it's going to impact the trust and the public confidence in our scientific processes. What we also want is to enhance the efficiency, because if we have a predictable language and structure of the reports, it's going to make it way easier for us to do the assessment, to do comparison and things like this. And it's going to enable us to work faster. And of course, we want to enhance the compliance. So if we manage to automate some of the checklists and the validation, when we receive all the information, it's going to make the assessment way faster. And we will have increased traceability, and it's going to minimize the mistakes in the assessment, I would say. So how AI can create consistency? So just to be clear, we are not going to replace the assessors. It's to empower them with AI tools and AI capabilities for them to work faster and more efficiently. So if we consider AI as a value enabler, what we are looking at is three key pillars. So the standardization of the process, meaning that we could use AI with structured prompts to validate and automate the checklists that are going to be able to guide the assessors. So we will also ensure that we will have the same approach every time, so for each assessment. We will have also the knowledge reusability, meaning that if we can give an AI engine different reports on similar therapeutic areas or similar products, or if we can even give EMA guidelines, it's going to be able to give more knowledge to the assessors and facilitate the comparison, or introduce also the right regulatory wording. And finally, the assisted drafting. So I was mentioning that the assessors are currently doing a lot of manual activities that do not necessarily bring scientific value. But if we have the first draft that is going to be AI generated, and then the assessors can, well, basically work on it and improve it, including his scientific judgment and interpretation, is going to make the work more consistent and faster also. So this is how we plan to create greater consistency using AI capabilities. And in order to do that, we are bringing the concept also of a prompt library. So the prompt library, you can think of it as a selection of curated and structured prompts that are going to guide the assessor in the assessment. So it's going to help the assessor to follow a structured approach. We are going to be able to retrieve data and knowledge from EMA documents. We are going to be able to do cross-checks and also support the summaries capabilities so that we can also automate some of the work that the assessor is doing. Based on this, what we are exploring currently at EMA is the quality assurance use case for the assessors. So Zaide mentioned that we had a few workshops in the past months with some of the colleagues from the network on AI use cases. And what we saw is that quality assurance is always one of the key elements that is being brought up. And at EMA, we are doing some exploratory work on how we could tackle this. And we came up with this proposal of a quick prototype that you can see on the screen, where the assessor will have access to different projects. So the project for us currently, it could be a product, a substance, and we'll have access to different set of data in order to help to do this assessment. And then in this specific use case, we will validate section by section the completeness and the validity of the report. So you can see that at the bottom, we can choose a different section. And on the screen, what you will see is the prompt. So the prompts are really going to be the key for tackling these use cases. And it's not, I would say, like your standard prompt to ask, how to summarize, to summarize an email using your commercial tools, but it's going to be prompts that are going to be really tailored for our use cases. So they're quite complex to put in place, and this is why we need, I would say, business expertise, in this case, the assessors themselves, to help us and to tell us what exactly they are looking into to do their assessments, to give us their checklist and everything, and then we will be able to work with them to define these prompts. So here you can see an example. It's quite long, so here it's cut down, but we will give a specific task, a specific role, and clear instructions and outputs also, like the output that we want from the model, to ensure that we will have exactly the output that is expected. The assessors will be able to access this prompt library, and they will be able to contribute. So this prompt library is going to be the solution backbone, I would say, and it will help to do these standardized assessments. We will also develop a uniform prompt lifecycle management so that we will be able to collaborate with these tools, so that if something is working with one assessor, we can reuse it for the other use cases. And we will be able, in this case, to provide a checklist that is going to be fully automated, so that we have in one click a validation section by section of what's happening. So here we just give you a small example of the outcome. So this, as I mentioned, we are doing a validation section by section. And in this case, we will see that the output of the AI engine is going to be a validation question with an analysis, some recommendation, so that we will know in a few minutes, basically, the completeness of the dossier and the quality also. So that if there is any missing information, it's very easy to be picked up. So if we can imagine that the assessor is going to have access to the dossier and at the same time to this type of analysis, it's going to be able to make the work a bit more efficiently. Of course, the assessor is going to be leading this project, leading this whole initiative, and the AI is just going to be acting as a guide, so that the final judgment is going to be on the assessor. So he or she can listen to the recommendation or not. It's going to be completely up to the human expertise. As I mentioned, this is currently an exploratory work, but what we were looking into is this potential user journey, where the user will have access to a user interface, and depending on his or her role, will have access to a certain set of projects. So these projects, as I mentioned, it could be directly the products, And of course, for each product, we will have a set of files to help to do the assessment. And on top of it, some prompts to help and guide the assessment. From there, the user will have the possibility to actually edit the prompts or create a new one so that we ensure that it's tailored to his or her needs. And if it's working, this person will have the possibility also to push it to the prompt library, and after review, we will be able to include this for everyone so that it's going to be open to the peers and ensure that this can be reusable for everyone. So once the user has selected a certain number of files and the correct prompt, we will have an AI engine that is going to be able to run to process an output. So this exploratory work has been developed currently at EMA, and it's fully in EMA IT structure so that we control everything from the LLM models to the files that are being provided to the prompt lifecycle management. I was focusing a bit more on the quality assurance use case, but what we need to understand is that if we manage to develop this prompt library, it could be reused for other use cases. So one of the good examples is the early background summary, where we have to extract information from multiple sources and summarize it. So this work again can be automated, and the first draft can be generated fully using AI capabilities. Scientific advice letters also are something, are letters that have, I would say that needs some structure and regulatory terms in it. So using AI, we can compare scientific letters across each other, and we can compare it to EMA guidelines so that we ensure that we have the correct tone and structure. As I mentioned, that consistency check assessment reports so that we can compare easily reports from each other if we have the same structure and language, and all of this can be automated and assist in generating factual data. So also AI can help by drafting regulatory statements that do not necessarily need the assessor's input for the first draft, and then the assessor can, of course, work based on this. So what we need to understand is that the prompt library is going to be the backbone of this solution, and that if we manage to work on a specific use case, we can maybe export this to other use cases. So this is exploratory work that we're currently doing at EMA. So looking into all of these activities, I would say. So this slide represents a bit the goal that we are aiming at. So from scattered knowledge to guided assessments, where currently assessors, they have to look manually from information from different reports or from different sources. They have to do manually summarization of the documents. They have to do their own checklist to ensure the completeness of their assessment. And of course, it's the collaboration between assessors is a bit limited. And so what we hope is that if we bring such a solution, it's going to make it easier to access past information. It's going to be able to link it to EMA guidelines. We will be able to also have automated checklists to ensure that all the elements of the dossier are consistently reviewed and tackled. We will be also able to collaborate a bit more because, as I mentioned, if the assessors have the possibility to share different prompts or things that are working for them, it's going to be able to be reused by everyone. So we already discussed a bit about this use case and the solution with different product leads at EMA and different colleagues to prove the benefits, I would say, for such a tool. And what we hope to achieve, I mean, everybody seems quite interested, and what we hope to achieve is to maximize the efficiency, to improve the consistency, to also improve the collaboration between everybody, and of course to enable the scalability, because what I was mentioning is that what we really want is a solution that would fit multiple use cases. So this work is part of a bigger initiative at EMA, which is AI exploration. And so what we are trying to see is really to match I would say, the human expertise with the machine efficiency, so that the assessor is still going to be leading the initiative, but we will have some automation that is going to be able to be supported with AI engines. And we have been exploring many different cases. And one of my colleagues, Joaquim, is going to present tomorrow a bit more in detail the roadmap of the implementation and the different use cases that we are currently looking at. So thank you, everybody, for your attention. And
yeah, thank you very much, Paul. And just to say that when I mentioned earlier the use case identification, the ones presented here were really use cases that were identified across the network as very much ideal to remove non-value added tasks in the huge assessment work. So I think that was clearly presented. I think you also enforced that it's not to remove the assessors. I think that was quite clear, quite the opposite, in fact. And I wanted to stress also the point that you will need the assessors actually involved in identifying the right prompts, which is quite an important endeavor in this case. So thank you very much, Paul. Colleagues and ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the presentations in this session. So I'm very happy to hand over to Georg now.
Thank you, Said. Thank you. Well, I'm quite impressed about all this presentation, and we got a lot of good feedback, applause from our online participants. And I can tell you also the sun started to shine much brighter than before. Before we come to questions, so we start in the room here, so please think about this, then we go online. So I got the impression when I listened to the presentations that the presenters opened many doors to a ballroom. You know, I come from Vienna, we like dancing. A ballroom with good new music. But I also got the impression that I need to learn new dances, or at least I need to improve my dance styles, because there's so much new to us that we need to adapt and learn how to let's work with that. So, colleagues in the room, I can see your faces. There are many questions in your eyes. We start left, please.
This is Rajesh Shankar from IQVIA and Acro. My question is both for the Swedish and the Danish presentations. On the Swedish, the schema representation for medicines, is that only for small molecules, or is it also for biologics and other kinds of treatments? So that's one question. And I think for both Swedish and Danish, you also have like rich patient data. Are you also going to be learning embeddings or vector representations for patients based on their history, and then use that also to see if different drugs are likely to work in different kinds of patients?
Okay, let me start from the Swedish perspective. First, on the schema, and your question is valid. It's only for small molecules, and I think I know there are several suppliers and well known in the chemoinformatics space, and I would like to say that for this app, I think the unique selling point is for us that it exists in a secure regulatory space where we can upload anything without concerning with third-party providers. I mean, I know we know there are other chemoinformatics tools that are very capable out there. As to the second question regarding patient information, I have to clarify, the agency per se does not have primary access to electronic health records. What we do have is a vast database of adverse drug reaction reports, I think about 300,000, which are trainable. And those we do create embeddings and train models on in our pharmacovigilance workflows in relating to Swedish language developing of models. I'll stop there and hand over to my Danish counterpart.
Thank you for the question. On the contrary to Sweden, we do have access to the full health data. And also, as Alain was alluding to in his presentation, it would be nice if it was able to stratify patients, making sure that the right patients are getting the right drugs, so we increase effectiveness around medicine. So the counterpart to the side effects is, of course, better effects. And we just got funding from the Danish government for a personalized medicines initiative, where we are stratifying patients based on real-world evidence rather than genetics. And we will do that in more, you could say, commodity drugs. So not expensive drugs, but drugs which are used by a lot of people. We will actually start out with metformin. And the reason for metformin is that we know it's cheap, but it's also, for some reason, not tolerated by 10% of the patients. At least they stop within 90 days. We don't know which patients this is, but we will let AI kind of generate a free hypothesis around this. And then when we got the hypothesis, we will apply this to classic epidemiological methods and see if there is some kind of associations that could be used for the doctor to actually stratify right away in the doctor's room and go directly to second line treatment if that's the case instead.
Thank you. We can already see many questions in Slido, but we stay in the room now. There was one before here. Yes, please.
Again, Bastian Hornung from a Dutch agency. I want to ask something to Paul. Very interesting. Obviously, I would like also my work to be easier, so looking forward. But my question is, you said at some point that in the process checklists will be created, which then can easily be answered. Should this not be happening beforehand? If you want to have the tool which like properly creates a report as we want, we need to have beforehand. We need to know what needs to be in the report, and we need to confirm that the data which the system is trained on actually has all this information, because many of the reports will not have all the information. So are you considering like making checklists beforehand and then checking afterwards? And can we get the checklists maybe before the AI system goes on? And I think because that would also be handy just for assessor to make sure like everything's in the report.
Thanks a lot for this question. Indeed, so some elements we want to consider that it's going to be beforehand. Even some of the simple versions of, for example, template validation to ensure that it's following the same structure and things like this can be provided beforehand. So we are looking indeed in where in the process everything would fit the best. But we are a bit far away to draft like a whole process and where things are going to fit.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah, no, maybe just to complement. So indeed, I mean, these use cases can be extended also to the validations or submission side, and basically then validate submission and follow guidelines, templates, and so on. But for now, it's not yet the case. But you are absolutely right. Thank you.
Thank you. There was a question. 1, 2. Mm-hmm.
Yes, thank you. Stefan Verwij, Dutch Medicines Agency. My question is an ethical one, especially to the team of Gabriel and Paul. One of my favorite publications of last year was this small study from MIT that studied students who used generative AI to write an essay as compared to students who wrote the essay themselves. And what we saw was that, or what they saw was that those who used AI were way worse off in recalling what they wrote. And so now I'd like to translate this to our assessors. Now, if we are going to use Vera, for example, to draft our templates, or are we going to use the tools provided by the EMA to check the quality, will this decrease the quality of our assessment work eventually? And the more practical question would be, are there ideas, for example, to test this hypothesis in a pilot form, or what do you think?
Okay, maybe I'll start and then hand over to Paul. Well, I think that, I mean, the question is highly relevant, and I think we don't know the answer yet. I think there are some interesting parallels to do that. For example, I mean, of course, you will not sort of train some part of your brain as much if you get help with doing things. And that's the same as a construction worker will not train his arms as much as if he has a motorized screwdriver. But as to, and I think I am less optimistic than Paul and EMA colleagues in actually automating the cognitive tasks per se, but rather like to see them sort of brought into small, simple processes where AI can help, with humans tying those blocks together, rather than having AI performing extensive checks, having lists, trusting the AI to actually connect the dots and getting things right. So I'm less optimistic there, but really, of course, happy to be wrong on that, because I think we have a big challenge in understanding the difference between an AI actually doing work, which is valuable, and imitating work by just creating output that is not the actual value, but the proxy of something that should be a cognitive task done by a human being. So I think I would advise the EMA to sort of walk step by step and actually validate these things, and we will definitely do that with Vera, because we are in uncharted territories here. AI will help, but currently I think we're maybe overestimating what it can help us with. Thank you.
Thank you. There was another one in the room, and then we go into Slido. Yes, please.
Hello, Ramzi Mredi, statistician from the French agency NSM. I don't have a question, but I want to share an opinion. So I think using those tools would be very, very helpful for us, especially for the assessment purpose. So, but I think it's very helpful to summarize texts, to make a comparison. For example, I'm a big fan of Regulus, especially when we can compare, for example, the protocol and the SAP to check is there any discrepancies or differences. I think also it will be very helpful to summarize long pages to put it on the clinical, for example, AR. But for the true assessment, I think we still need our expertise, our experience to do this. But I use it much like Regulus, but I still have low confidence, and I have to check once and twice the output. My question here, maybe it's more general question, how confident are we if we ask twice the same question to get the same response, or should we accept some small deviation? So that's my question.
Thank you. I think some of us might share this experience with you. Gabriel.
Yeah, well, I can briefly answer that, and happy to hear you're using Regulus. And I think this is really the key in finding the right use cases. And personally, I mean, all these systems have a random seed in them, and that is the intentions. You will never get the exact same answer, right? Similar to asking two different people. They may be very competent, but they will do your task slightly different. And selecting these use cases, I would like to say you should select the shoveling snow use case rather than the driving a car use cases, because AI is usually about 90% right. If you talk about shoveling snow, you get help and you see what 10% is not being shoveled, and you can do it yourself. It's all good. Same as asking for a summary or translation where you're the expert. You can fix the flaws, you see them, it's all good. But if driving a car with 90% accuracy doesn't sound right? Because if you get a 10% risk of a catastrophic failure, you don't want to have that. So it's really about selecting the use cases where the AI's imperfections doesn't put you at 0, but at 90, and the human can take it the last way. Thank you.
Thank you, Gabriel. There's one more question in the room, please.
Yes, Lucina May-Nolan, Leiden University and Dutch Medicines Agency. My question is mostly related to the EMA documents, and what I was really wondering if you were having any plans of also changing the actual document format as it is. I know that there are some plans on changing it from PDF, for example, to another more broad standard, but really with regards to interoperability and machine readability, is it not more important to first focus on making the actual source content, not just Word documents, but structured machine legible texts? And is this also not something that can make the entire process more robust? For example, you could only try to focus the LLM on the specific sub part of the document that you have actually properly separated. Thank you.
Thanks a lot for this question. So completely what we are looking into now in the current use cases is reports that have the same structure. So it's going to be quite easier to compare from one section to the other. But as you mentioned, the data quality in the as input is going to be quite key. And we manage, I mean, we already found some use cases where we have high variability, and just to find the right section can be challenging, I would say. So at the moment, it's not part of this initiative to look to standardize other documents. But what we are trying to do now is with these use cases, and then we will see how we move forward if there is an appetite to continue.
Thanks, Paul, for your question. Paul, we stay with you if you agree. There's online a question to you. It's a bit like a science fiction movie, AI agents talking to each other, but will you share your tool with applicants? If yes, would it help applications to measure the risk? And maybe at the end, your AI agent talks with the applicant AI agent about the quality.
So as I mentioned, we are far away from this because Gabriel highlighted also that we still have a lot of testing and validation to do. So now we have testing with a very limited number of assessors and peers that are helping to build the prompts. But as Gabriel mentioned, we need to compare, well, also human to machine, you know, like how everything is going to interact. So we are far away from this. Looking into giving this tool to different applicants, it's also something that is not necessarily in the pipeline for now. As I mentioned, that there is some other more limited restricted use cases, such as simple template validation or validating against EMA guidelines that could be provided. But at this moment, we are still exploring this.
Thank you. I propose we do the questions which come online by the ranking. For the next one, I kindly ask the panel or the participants to help me with the answer. Thinking about the tool from FDA, EU regulators here considering AI also for product reviews in the regulatory activity at day 120 and 180. I'm looking to my colleagues. Is there anyone who can contribute to this question in here?
Yes. So actually, the D180 was one of the use cases that were provided as part of the AI, well, use case gathering, I would say. So we are also looking into such use case where because D180 is also something where we have summarization of multiple sources of documents. So we are looking if AI can also facilitate some of this. See that Peter has also some.
And Gail, I just want to highlight that at 5:20 this afternoon, we have the international collaboration session where we'll have a colleague, Annie Saha from FDA, so that could be taken forward a bit in that discussion.
I think this is very good. Another, let's stay for EMA, but I think it's a question to the network as well. There are many tools out there in different stages for a very wide range of use cases. How to decide on priorities? And I start answering, maybe we can give some information from the NDSG, because there are ongoing workshops where we collect use cases, where we try to cluster use cases in I think, three different main clusters. And then there will be a process about prioritization and where to invest in which use case.
I think you gave the perfect answer. There's also a dedicated presentation on this tomorrow morning, so I think we could defer any more detailed discussion to that.
Brilliant. So you need to stay until tomorrow then, please. Please. There's a question to Gabriel. Could you explain a bit more how the AI policy in your management needs to be adapted for future evolvements?
Well, thanks for the question, and happy, I think, just to announce that we do have an adopted AI policy which is enforced and in full run. And I may be too close to home here, but since I wrote it and also are planning our pipeline, I think they are very well aligned. No, but joking aside, the policy is very high level. It's quite short, and it's really about stating how we approach these tools, that we are neutral in terms of what we build versus what we buy, that we really ensure legality and ethical aspects, and also that we have responsibility to our workers, not to put them in awkward positions, but that all the tools they need for their job should be provided by us as employers. So the carpenters shouldn't have to go and buy a hammer themselves. They will get the tools from us. We need to do the risk assessment. We need to define the context of use. So this policy is in that sense quite generic, but also puts the foot down on these important questions that we don't accept shadow use of AI, but we accept the responsibility of providing good tools for our employees. Now, this is a Swedish language document tailored for a Swedish NCA, but I think it may be relevant for other bodies too to translate or be inspired by. And to go back to the question, it should be quite forward compatible with new tools because we don't intend to develop outside of these boundaries. Thank you.
Thank you. I think the next question I would like to ask all presenters for short answers. Why are you better than Gemini or ChatGPT? I think Lupus GPT gave some ideas about this, but maybe you can summarize this for the colleague who asked the question.
Well, first of all, when we work with these stuff in a regulatory setting, it is important that there is no black box situation. And when we use ChatGPT or Gemini or anything like that, we don't know how it's actually working. So when we are creating our own systems, our own LLM, we know what we feed into it. And we also know what to take out again if there is some changes in whatever regulations and so on. So this is all about transparency. So that would be the main reason that we are better. But it's also important that we can do it locally on closed environment with confidential materials, which is not in the cloud and with high security.
And I to add some points to that. I think one of the most important is also digital sovereignty, that we actually make sure that we invest both in technology and in business transformation that is completely movable, so we don't dig deeper and deeper into Copilot Studio or whatever tool you have from Amazon or from Google, just to find out that when you're really, really entrenched, prices go up and it's very expensive to move. So we do use the cloud, but we do use it as like a cold rental, bringing all the machines, all the models. If they tell us prices are going up, we tell them we move because it's a very easy job. But if you build there yourself, it's like renovating your rental flat. You can't bring the marble countertop. You can't bring the expensive flooring because it's not your flat. So this is very important. And then in terms of security, there are many companies guaranteeing that they don't train on your data, but they train on your metadata. And there is so much things leaking informally out of your actions. It's like looking at Klarna. They don't need to know who you are. They know it anyway by how you behave, at what time you act and things like that. So there are many things leaking out through these services, although they can formally say they don't train or they don't collect our data. So these are two additional points. And then thirdly, the possibility to fully tailor-made it, to make sure that we know what documents go in, what versions go in, and that there are no technical tuning being done. Because when you use commercial systems, depending on the load, they will change the quantization, that is the model accuracy. They will change what model routing is. So many that uses these commercial systems and do it heavily, they send some sort of test batch every morning to see whether the systems are performing well today. That is why I'm slightly skeptical to having standardized prompts, because a prompt could work very well on Monday, but not on Tuesday because the load is higher. And this is a hard time, difficult understanding if you don't own the full pipeline stack yourself. Thank you.
I think that they covered everything, so I don't need to add.
Thank you. I would like to add something to this. I think, personally, for me, it's important to know the people behind those tools, the culture, and the aim and objectives that those people are having. So I think this is something why we are maybe better than some external, use case tool. Thank you. The next one is very interesting. If you read the newspapers and shareholder values, etc., AI tools are expensive to invest, to bring in, to train, to fine-tune, to something. Are there any ideas already about return of investment, KPIs, lessons learned, that anyone would like to tell us why you invested and what's your return? Don't be shy. It's not recorded and not many people are listening.
I can go again. One of our biggest returns is having the same people building these things and actually also performing regulatory activities, making our data science and AI regulators very crafty in understanding this business. It's like having aviation security. You want your pilots in that agency because otherwise it's very hard to understand how to regulate it within balance. So this is really a core earning for us and why we can accept to have a bit more overhead in our own development than would make sense in terms of buy versus build. And then secondly, in actually then translating that into business value, which I understand this question is from, that is a quite extensive task. When you're done, I mean, first of all, just finding a concept, having an idea, you're far away from a product. And we see there are quite few AI products being delivered in the regulatory space, although we have few. Secondly, translating that into business value is a step just as long. Training your employees, standardizing, managing quality control, that is a big task, and it's only when it's translated into public health and animal health that we really see the benefits. And that, I think, is actually years away. So we are in an investment phase, and we need to follow through, and then we can benchmark. Thank you.
Thanks, Gabriel. We do 2 more questions from Slido, and then maybe a final round in the room. Paul, do you think your tool could also be used to create the public assessment report based on the assessment?
So this is also one of the use cases that we've explored, and I think it's actually the one that I was showing that. But definitely, this is on our radar.
Thank you. I can echo this is also one use case at the Austrian agency. Yeah. The rank changed. Good. Then we have one, when EMA or other regulatory agencies use AI to assist the review health technology developer submissions, dossiers, and produce assessment reports, will they inform of the usage of AI? So it has something to do with transparency and making clear how something was produced. Not sure whom to forward this question.
I actually think this is a more general response. Whenever we use AI for anything, that even means whatever PowerPoint presentations or anything, we should always state that AI has been involved. So that, of course, also comes into terms with this specific question.
And Georg, just to say, it's a requirement under the AI Act. So the answer has to be yes, otherwise we're non-compliant.
Correct, thank you. Coming back to the room, are there any questions that you would like to raise before we come to an end, please?
Yeah, Jörg Zinserling from the German Federal Institute for Drugs and Medical Devices. I'm not very satisfied with your answer on the transparency. I think we need to make clear where in our processes AI would be used. But I think the requirement would be that we also provide some validation, performance assessment of our processes ourselves to rely on trusted processes on our side. So I would very much vote for a publication of how the processes are transformed. Thanks.
Maybe I just could allude a little more to that. Of course, a part of developing these system includes validation and also making sure that they are actually delivering the results that we need. So to supplement what Gabriel said just before, what we do is that when we look into how it works, we actually do, in some of the cases, we do have what's been done before. So we have a case, a history case. Then we run the same on a new with using the AI tool. See how that actually are kind of how they agree, those two processes in terms of validation. And then when we move on and get into production, which means in this case means it's actually working, then we will have a similar process when there is a new assessment of something. We will have both the traditional old way of doing it together with the AI for a while to see if it's actually delivering the result to the extent that we would like it to be. So, and of course that should be a part of the, I wouldn't say we will be publishing on it, but it should definitely be documentation that could be available for review.
Thank you. Before we come to the end of this session, maybe a really challenging question from the Slido, and I think it's in line what one colleague in the room asked before. How do we validate AI results if they change after asking 1 hour later? So what's the idea? How will we handle this topic in the network? Is there anyone volunteering to answer?
I could give it a go. And I think, I mean, we have many processes where validation is relevant, but for AI, I think you first have to ask the question whether it's possible to validate, whether there's a gold standard to validate against, or whether the AI is doing something that was not previously done. But I do believe we do have a robustness issue, and we do have, I would advise that we are humble and work in small steps, that we are assured are really, really robust and delivers for everyone. And rather than trying to make big jumps or big plans up front, just to realize that we have failed somewhere. And I know I saw the question on the FDA ELSA. I think they have had to make they had seen some pushback, and they had to withdraw some of their statements on what the value can actually be extracted from there. So I think we should be humble. This is new technology, which is very uneven in its performance. And I think we are still learning how to teach our users that what this can do is language processing tasks. It doesn't really do cognitive tasks. It doesn't do logical tasks. It doesn't do other tasks well. We need to transform them into language pattern matching tasks. And then it works quite well with quality control. And that process and that selection, so it's not all about prompt engineering. We're talking a lot about prompts. Actually, context engineering, what materials you feed it is more important, along with use case engineering, what use cases you actually select. I would say that it's 60% use case, 30% context, 10% prompt, because modern models are very good at understanding user intentions. But this is a tricky process, a multi-step process, and we shouldn't be overconfident. And I think we're far away from automating things and sharing things with the world outside. Validation will play a part, but at certain steps. Thank you.
Thank you. I also think this will be a joint action of industry and regulators, because I'm pretty sure we can learn from each other in this aspect. And I'm pretty sure inspectors will ask industry how they validated their results using AI tools. Yes, please, another comment.
Yeah, it's actually just also for us, maybe it's trivial, but we should always remember to have human on the loop or human in the loop. And it's when it starts to get dangerous is when we start to get lazy. So we definitely need to be on top of this all the time.
Thank you. Before we come to KI, coffee and intelligence, Paul, you would like to add to this?
Yes, sorry. So
yes.
Just to add that there is, at EMA also we are working on a validation framework, because there is LLM validation models now, so that we are ensuring that even before it's reaching any users, that it's fit for purpose. And also we are working on monitoring capabilities. So if anything goes to production, we will be continuing monitoring all the models, so that we ensure that there is no high variability or anything like this. But yes, we are working on it.
Thank you. Before we come to coffee and intelligence, we do something in between. I would like to present us to say something, one word or one sentence. You all introduced something into production and were successful. And you already explained about the challenges that you had. I remember the legal challenges. So if you would summarize, why were you successful introducing these tools? What would be your answer? One word or one sentence, so that we can learn from you.
I would say making sure that you are working interdisciplinary with universities, patients, and of course agencies.
Thank you.
I would say show that you can actually go from concept to product, but actually doing it one product or one idea at a time. It's quite dangerous to work very broadly without really reaching full production, because those final steps from feeling done to actually delivering a product is usually half the way. And that shouldn't be underestimated in terms of the actual packaging and productification and deployment. It's a special tool task, and that part of the stack is often underestimated. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I would say business expertise, because they are the colleagues on the operational level that know their problems, and they are the ones who can help us basically tackle it. So,
thank you for sharing this with us. Saide, I think we come to the end of the session. You want to say something?
For sure. First of all, a big thank you to excellent speakers. I think to all of you for entertaining questions. I think it's clear that AI is not just abstract. It can get very concrete. It needs to be stepwise, as was mentioned several times. And I also, of course, want to thank my brilliant co-chair. And with this, yes, we wish Carl and Peter a very fruitful conference.
So thanks very much. Maybe a round of applause for the whole session. Now, we live in a world which is all about artificial intelligence, but it's also about posting photographs on LinkedIn from meetings you attend. So before you get your coffee, we're going to all stand in the middle, okay, facing that way. And you're going to get super cuddly, okay, because it looks much better. Now, in order to prove that this meeting has not got gender imbalance, I want all of the women in the front, okay? And we'll be done in 2 minutes, okay? So if everybody can come. Now, for those of you online, I want you to be emotionally in the middle of the room, and we will restart at 4:10 prompt. Thank you.
So most colleagues are already back, so welcome back online as well. And we are entering now the second phase of this afternoon. And I'm very happy to hand over now to the new co-chairs of the next session, to Pelle Persson. He's with the MPA, and Hilmar Hammann, well known as one of the IT cracks here at the EMA. And so over to you.
Thank you, Carl. Yeah, they call us typically these IT people. Yeah, right. I just came from a meeting where I was called IT people. All right. Welcome to session 3. Really excited to be here, because now I think in this session we're really going to look at how we're going to make it real, right? I think over the last few years we've had a lot of ideas, we've been innovating, we've been experimenting, and now we want to see have we actually delivered any real tangible benefits. So we want to learn from our distinguished panel about how we've been able to transform the sector and how do we move from innovation to actually practical impact. So we have 3 speakers, as I said, and we will then have the Q&A at the end. And Pelle will help me then, or will facilitate and moderate the questions. So we will actually start with, I was told to call him Alex. Alex Kuntz. Alex has 16 years in quality assurance. He's advanced from the GLP, good laboratory practices auditing, to leading validation and quality strategy for computerized systems at Merck Healthcare, where he oversees risk-based audits, electronic signature compliance, cloud provider qualifications, and AI validation frameworks. So Alex will talk and discuss the approach to for GXP validation of AI systems in clinical trials and pharmacovigilance, covering compliance, safety, and whatever else is needed for effective AI integration into the research and development process. So Alex, over to you.
Okay. So, yes, now you can hear me.
So first of all, thanks a lot. It's a great honor to stand here. If you asked me 1 year ago if I would ever stand here, I would say definitely not. And finally, I remember the last question was about GXP validations, right? So making this long title very short, we're talking here about GXP validation, and I just basically will represent here a kind of validation framework. In the end, I'm talking here not on my own or not for the company Merck Healthcare KGaA, where I implemented this framework. I'm talking here for the pharmaceutical industry, and that makes me double proud because all the colleagues from the industry have a look at the framework and they're also super happy with it. So I'm hoping also that I can give you here in this audience a kind of glimpse how it could be possible really to validate GXP validated AI tools here. At the end, I mean, my job in the company is to translate everything that comes from regulators or from guidances from a what perspective into a how perspective. And the point here is really crucial that everyone in this full complex construct of validations understands the how. Yeah? And therefore, the typical thing I do typically is I look around in the guidances, what we have. And of course, we have an AI Act. We have also guidances coming from the European Union, coming from the FDA, also the EMA reflection paper. We covered all these flavors from the different angles in our validation framework, but it also took considerations from the industry, which is basically coming mostly from the ISPE, but we also have this science working group we touch based in our validation framework. So the idea behind all of that is that everything from the understanding starts first of all with a GXP process. So if we have a GXP process in place, like for regulatory submissions or for patient safety, or you have maybe some EDC in place where you capture your electronic data in clinical trials, then you have maybe as a next step the idea, I want to implement something as AI. As we already have seen it, some use cases where we have applied this, yeah. And here is the idea that you really define your specific context of use as first, yeah. It could be, for instance, something that helps you in your submissions. It could be to help you to extract maybe data from external sources, or it could be something that is also writing you narratively reports as we have seen it. And then in the end, what comes next is your so-called AI model. So those are the things we are talking about. Those are things like ChatGPT or Claude or Gemini, or you have maybe some self-developed AI in your company. And the idea behind of this kind of onion model, which we call it so, is that you have at each layer, you have represented the right activities to follow. Yeah. Looking from a computerized system level, you start with your GXP processes, you start with your GXP applicability, if it's applied to manufacturing or clinical trials, and then you define your overall validation strategy. Also worth to mention here that you also define here which kind of integrations you need for such AI tools in such a computerized system. And then you go a layer down. Then you define really for the AI subsystem, which kind of context of use do I have? Really specify the need, the question of interest, then go into a kind of pre-prompting maybe, if you have generative AI, and also do the pre and post-processing here in this level. And at this level, it's also very crucial if we think about verification strategies, that on this level, you start now sharing the ideas about, okay, which kind of data we need, which kind of data we need to assess in the verification, which kind of mathematical methods or statistical methods we need to apply. And then at the last level, the lower level, also very crucial is that your computing power you use basically for your artificial intelligence, the models, you have also decided or benchmarked which kind of model you will be using for such kind of AI subsystem. Yeah, so you need also here documentation in place to show we have selected that model versus that model because of that. Yeah, and then you can of course also start with ChatGPT, for instance, to work on fine-tuning, or maybe apply some guardrails that you also prevent the tool from putting out some private information. And now it's getting a bit tricky, and that's why I said my job to create this how is very, very complex, because all of the content you see here are basically blocks we apply for each kind of computerized system validation.
It starts really from the evaluation phase over the conduct of where you develop tools, then also how you verify it, put it into operations, and lastly, then also retire them. So we have a lot of these different flavors here, like you need to assess your vendor, you need to state requirements, you need to do testing, you also need to do something for operations, how you train your people, how you do track incidents, and so on. And the good message is with this framework, all this applies also to the AI subsystem. Yeah, because also on that level, you need a vendor to qualify. Yeah, also on that level, you need to specify some kind of requirements, how it's been integrated in computerized system. The addition comes now. And this is really where we look from a data perspective, and don't ask me about details how you will test this. So we need really data scientists like the colleagues we've seen here, yeah, who support us later in the testing to really build the right testing strategies. From the evaluation phase here, it starts really with a proof of concept. Proof of concept to ensure that we only enable such kind of AI subsystems in our GXP regulated environment that are really allowed for this purpose. And then it goes into this typical V model where you have the specifications and you have the verifications, but this time you have then requirements really tailored to data, and you have specifications like statistical methods to measure this kind of requirements here. And below you typically have, in the V, you typically have your system development. Here you will have then your model development, where you then take care that you have selected the right model for this purpose. And now comes a really important point in the operation phase, and this is also new to me. We have here the so-called ongoing monitoring. So basically, once an AI subsystem is moved into production, then you have ongoing monitoring to be applied to also take care that everything that the AI subsystem does is according to your acceptance criteria. If it, for example, undergoes some kind of thresholds, then you need to go in a optimization phase back, redevelop the model, and then release it to a new production release. That is basically, in a nutshell, the overall. I'm super happy to share it afterwards to you. And just jumping to 3 different pieces out of that model in more detail now. The first one is, as I told you, the proof of concept. From our side, actually, it's a 30 pages document to really assess the purpose of this solution. So in the ideation phase, that if you fail really soon. Yeah, and you don't fail in the verification phase, or even in the worst case, when this thing is already live. Yeah? And here you think about, first of all, the context of use. And then we have 2 different typical dimensions. We also have them from the ISPE guidance, which is the adaptiveness, sorry for that word, and the autonomy. These are 2 dimensions where you can also play about how many control you give the AI to change something or to modify the data versus how many control you keep back from the human perspective. Those are really important things to define upfront about really giving power to the AI. The next thing, of course, in the proof of concept is that you also take the considerations from the AI Act, which is, of course, then trustworthy AI or cybersecurity topics. And the important part is the third part, that you start already by now to assess what kind of data you have, what kind of hazards you, of course, see, or what kind of risks you see then in the process. And this is an opener then to the next phase, which is then a preparation of the verification phase. I just highlight here 5 different quality dimensions, I so call them, which you can also address then in your verification. And I would highly recommend to touch all of them mostly in your verification, because they show the different perspectives on verification here. Which is then, for instance, first the fit for purpose, so that your data also reflects the context of use, so really practical data being used. The next one is a really important one, the predictive power, so that you have also indicated some key performance indicator that support you to measure really the performance of such tools. Another one, which I also new to me, and it's I'm not so familiar with it, are explainability methods. In the end, also a user needs to understand why the output is derived from the input in that and that way. Yeah, those tools, and those are also more mathematical tools. I've Googled them. I've heard something about Lime, but you can also use heat maps, for instance, are helping the users, the operators, to understand what really the output means. The fourth point is also very crucial. I mean, you need also to test and verify that your system is stable and robust. Yeah, so you also need to apply some kind of testings against cybersecurity. And the fifth point, I think that's the one which is mostly mentioned, is that you also prevent bias. So you need also to check and verify your AI subsystem against some kind of subgroups, that you also have this mitigation of bias in place. Why I want to mention this is because all these in the circles mentioned testing methods are explicitly then also covered in our guidances we have prepared in our framework, so that everyone from different angles can look into our guidances and understand, okay, what does this testing method means and what should I have to do now? Now coming to the last point, and we also touched this here in this round, the so-called human oversight or human in the loop, I heard very often. When you asked me 1 year back, I would say, yeah, just put a human in the loop, everything is safe, yeah. I think everyone would now say, no, that's not the case. I've also seen recently a publication from the European Union, Technical Dispatch or something like that, which are also going into the direction of you need to take care on that. And I think explainability methods are, for example, one method to help also the user on the computer to understand how the output is created, how the output is derived from the input, and what kind of impact it could have. Yeah. So one thing is, of course, tools that help you, maybe a user interface also that shows the inputs, the outputs, plus some kind of explainability criteria to help you better to understand, can I accept the data or need I to reject the data? Yeah. This is very important. And of course, then the people need to be trained to that. The other thing, of course, with such tools is that they also help you to detect data anomalies or show you maybe if the performance of the model is somehow drifting away. That being said, that is mostly my presentation, but I have a wish list, of course, from the industry, especially to regulators here. And yeah, we just basically have 3 wishes here from our side. First of all, that we talk about future guidances coming from the regulators, that we have also here covered a kind of risk-based approach, as, for example, described in the AI guide from ISPE. And the second thing is that guidances we have do not really limit us with technical limitations, what we can use or what we can't use. And then this leads also to the third point, where we then typically would say, yeah, if we don't have these limitations, give us better guidance or give us more guidance or expectations how we can keep control of that. Being that said, thanks a lot.
Thank you, Alex. I had almost banned the V model from my memories, but thank you for this refresher and a very, very relevant topic and very interesting. So we'll come back to it in the Q&A. We're now moving to our second speaker, Stefan Belek, who is an experienced pharmaceutical professional with over 28 years in the industry, currently leading clinical regulatory strategy and labeling at LFB, and he has many degrees in pharmacy and quality management. Stefan will show us how actually regulatory strategy teams can use AI to collect data, track competitors, and follow guidance, making drug development and registration more efficient and robust. Over to you, Stefan.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm happy to share this use case with you on pre-EMA development strategies and regulatory registration. I'm working at LFB, but today I'm representing the association IPFA, which is International Plasma Fractionation Association. Oops. So in this slide, you have the agenda on the left-hand slide, but what I wanted to share with you is a high-level summary of what we will cover. So it really describes the steps we took to define the requirement for our AI tool, which is about doing regulatory strategy in development and registration. And also, very importantly, also linked to the presentation that Alex just made, how quickly we made the choice of the type of tool between in-house or something more out-of-the-box solutions. So since we opted for an out-of-the-box solution, the rest of this AI use case describe our involvement in a pilot phase that we run to evaluate the tool, including methodological elements. So we also briefly discuss the project alignment with the European AI Act. Finally, we share some key messages. So, as I said, first of all, I'm not a specialist at all in AI, and maybe like Alex, if I was told, would you like to give a presentation 1 year ago, I wouldn't be able. So I'm really presenting the perspective of an end user. I'm doing regulatory strategy, and we wanted really to explore the possibility of using a system to automate some of the action that we do. So regulatory strategy departments periodically review the drug regulatory and competing environment. We review manually and without any tool the guidance from the authority, but as well, and it's very important to us, the data which is made public by the different authorities about the condition by which drug was registered. I'm referring to, to the American SBA, European EPA, etc. We also monitor the product information using the different available databases. So we wanted something that would help us in this regard. We also involve in the company a regulatory intelligence department because obviously they are interested in automation of what they are doing, for instance, for comparing guideline or reviewing regulation. So as really an overview, and I will provide more detail afterwards, but really as an overview, what we wanted an NI system that would do automation of this regulatory intelligence. Clearly, that would be an asset, but it has to be efficient, it has to be robust, it has to be user-friendly, but as well, important to us, it has to cover a huge number of databases which are screened for this exercise, and also to choose a system that would be deployed in a responsible manner. So, as I said, as an introduction, very early in the project, I would say we had to make a choice: should we go and develop an in-house solution, which has advantages and drawbacks, or select out-of-the-box ones? So the two options, as you can see in the slide, have their own merit, but the element that we took into consideration for making a choice, and maybe I would add one, which is not mentioned in this slide, is that the company I'm working with is medium-sized company, so we limited resources, and clearly it was taken into account. So the importance of having a significant number of public databases searched by the AI system to prevent or mitigate potential biases in the generation of responses. The expected level of investment from the end user for the deployment of the AI system, because we started to discuss with ITIS, with also people doing computerized system validation, etc. And the effort that we anticipated starting from scratch was huge. And it's linked to the next point: how long would we like to wait before we can use the system? Again, one thing that by discussing with our colleague from ITIS, what appeared important to us is to, once the system would be live, to make sure that we have a hotline available for the user. But internally, we expected to have a hotline that would help us from an IT perspective, but not less from a business perspective. And we wanted to have ideally an hotline that would do both. And also, last point, but which is also very important, it's to have the maintenance of the system, but also the enrichment of the system. By that, I'm saying that once we would have, let's say, a system deployed in-house, we would like the team in charge of connecting the database to proactively monitor what is released available and automatically connect them to the AI system. I'm just taking an example which is for the type of business that I'm doing very important. In July, the FDA released what they called complete response letters, and it's the first time they do that, and a system that would immediately incorporate those kind of data is of great value to us. So to make it short, the organization decided to further explore out-of-the-box solutions. So the next presentation will focus on that. So how did we get prepared? So I'm really sharing practical experience that we had within the organization. So the business needs were defined with detail. So you will see in the next couple of slides additional elements as compared to the overview which I gave at the beginning of the presentation. But we also decided to prepare cases to be tested. So I wrote prompt, but it was more than prompt. Actually, we developed scenarios. Question that then we have several prompts associated with each scenarios. Each time that we knew the potential answer as part of the testing, we already indicated what were the expected answer. For instance, I remember we tried to survey whether for a given drug the marketing authorization holder you make use of real-world evidence to get an expansion of indication. We knew that the answer was yes for a specific indication, specific product. So we wanted to see with the out-of-the-box solutions if the response was accurate, just to let you know. And then we involve the people we are interested in regulatory strategy within the organization. So one member from the group regulatory affairs, so that was myself, but we had also a colleague from US regulatory affairs and also a clinical team member, which was also interesting in testing, what kind of information we can retrieve regarding clinical development plans, for instance. So we entered in an agreement with a vendor for doing a pilot phase, and this is what I continue to explain. So here under in blue, I will not go through, but these are examples of questions that we asked during this effort. So as I said, what were the business needs that we wanted really to have from the system? So clearly an increased productivity and an enhanced opportunities, but as well the ability to search for information from different angles. By this, I mean, for instance, to be able to search by product or to search by type of application. For instance, if we are interested in seeing what was done for competitors when they developed a pediatric investigational plan or PSP or an orphan drug designation. So to be able really to directly go that way, or if that was for guidance, to go MHRA, ICH, that kind of. So this is what I mean, the ability to search information from different angles. But as well, to equip ourselves with an AI solution designed by regulatory strategy experts. Again, when we were at the time of choosing whether we would develop in-house or select out-of-the-box solution, one of the difficulties that we saw, at least in our company, was that there was a big difficulty of understanding mutually between the IT people that would develop the system and what we wanted as end users. So it's something important to us. A solution that would guarantee the information retrieve is verifiable. So the systematic link to the data sources is clearly important to us. because as I indicated here, it was fundamental because the way we wanted to implement an AI system in our organization was really to automate some of the tasks that we are doing, but still have the regulatory strategies doing a critical assessment of the data. Actually, when we did the testing, even we were able to test some good systems. Sometimes they reported wrong things, even based on what we could see in the reports that they were pointing. So we said, no, it's misinterpreting the data. So we wanted really something to be controlled by the I would say the regulatory professional. Yes, the human in the loop, which was mentioned. So we wanted an AI that saves substantial times as compared to what we can do manually in terms of information retrieval, but as well, we wanted also to take into consideration the time that we use for formatting the report. When we have found something, we also take some time to prepare something that can be shared in the organization. We wanted as well an AI that allow us to find an information which is difficult to find manually, like finding a needle in a haystack. It's something important to us as well, and a solution that would guarantee the confidentiality of the exchange data, including the data related to the requests themselves and the protection of personal data. So now that I have explained what were business needs, we started the testing phase. During the pilot, it was a pilot that lasted 3 to 4 months. Actually, it was a bit short. I will conclude with that, but that was the plan. We liaise with the vendors regularly when assistance was needed, or when a response seems to be inappropriate, or even when the information was not displayed as it should have been. Since we were free testers, we also met regularly to have a consolidated feedback to share with the vendors as part of the assessment of the tools. And during this testing, based on the prompt, the scenario that we develop, we aim at quantifying the time that we save as compared to the exercise that we do manually. So as an average, we observed on standard queries that we save 6 to 7 times quicker, I would say. And also we identify situations where manually it would have been unlikely to retrieve the information for some specific questions. So I think this is something which was important to us as well. So once the testing was done, we prepared a report which was presented to the project sponsor and to various stakeholders in the organization. But it was also presented to a committee which was set up relatively recently within the organization, which is a setup for the deployment of responsible AI. And the committee allowed to assess the solution with additional criteria, which are the one that we found in the AI Act. So finally, just wanted to share with you this, let's say, the lessons that we learned from this practical example. We need to define early in the project whether an in-house solution or out-of-the-box solution is preferred. In our case, as I said, we preferred for various reasons out-of-the-box. We need to engage early in discussion internally with the different stakeholders to ensure the solution eventually chosen and deployed will comply with the EU Act and different procedures enforced in the organization. We need, obviously, it's very important to get prepared to the testing phase and really to prepare in that kind of exercise the different scenarios that we want to test to measure the efficiency of the responses, the accuracy. As I said a bit before, we need also to acknowledge that testing takes time. We were not fully able after 3 to 4 months to provide a full diagnostic of the tool, I would say. So we will actually continue with an extension of the pilot phase. So there's clearly a learning curve, especially when we are not specialists, the way we test things. So my recommendation for this kind of exercise is to have a longer pilot phase. And finally, as I said, when we want an outline, we want an outline who would be both technical, but as well that will understand the business needs of the end users. This concludes my presentation.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you for this very interesting case study, and I'm sure there will be plenty of questions later. But now we would like to proceed to our third speaker, Tony Manzano, who is a physicist, entrepreneur, an expert in AI for life sciences. He is serving as the co-founder and CSO at Aizon. He is also involved in many of the boards at PDA. University lecturer, I think, also a subject matter expert for United Nations, many publications, so we can all Google that or ask AI to find it for us, international patents you have in pharmaceutical data management. So Tony will take us into a different area of where we could apply AI, and this is about the applying AI for the quality control for ATMPs like cell therapies and enabling real-time monitoring, early problem detection, and faster patient access, hopefully.
Right.
Thank you. Over to you, Tony.
Thank you so much. And on behalf of PDA, thank you so much for the invitation. I'm so sorry because I don't have to talk about LLMs. I am gonna talk about generative AI. I'm gonna talk about very boring AI, the most probabilistic and deterministic AI. I'm so sorry for that. But, well, you know, this is the other side. So before to go to LLMs, you have to know how that works in the real life, no? So I will try to explain a little bit. Well, the thing is, my intention for today, the goal is to explain you how AI can bring a lot of value in quality control for cell and gene RNA sequencing, data coming from different patients, different batches. One patient is one batch. For a specific therapeutical product, okay? Based on this data coming from 274 patients, we will see how AI can bring value, transforming this data into clustering, into detecting anomalies before to go to the patient, okay? Good. So, I'm not an ATMP expert, although my students, they say that I'm teaching AI not too bad, so sorry for that, because I have to explain first the theory. Without this part of theoretical ground, we cannot understand how we're applying AI in real life. So why AI in ATMPs? We have plenty of reasons. Some of them is because we're facing in ATMPs probably the most variability that we can imagine. We're talking about cells coming from donors. We're talking about that every single cell is different. So the variability that we have in the raw material is very broad. Probably you can think in also plasma. In plasma also the variability is very huge, but also in large molecules and small molecules, variability is always there. We cannot avoid the variability. We have to understand the variability and act consequently. This is why AI is bringing a lot of value. Also because we have to be very humble as humans. We are very good in 3 dimensions. In 4, yeah, it's very difficult now. In 3, more or less, we're talking about a lot of dimensions. We're talking about a lot of variables going on production. We're very limited. We cannot see just one by one. We have to consider the problem in a global way, considering all the variables at the same time. This is what we are not good as humans. AI is a very good tool for that. Okay, so which is the final outcome? The final outcome is not only to detect early potential anomalies during production, also to have a very good machine, very good scientific tool that brings the perfect raw material in order to achieve the perfect output. Remember that we're talking about cells coming from donors. Every donor is different, every cell is different, okay? So this is the goal. And this is usually how that works in ATMPs, the full process. So you see here, starting material control, the cell isolation, expansion. This is how ATMPs works. Well, we're going to talk about ATMPs, but if you see that, these operations, probably you can identify also similar operations in large or small molecules. At the end, we are talking about the same. We are talking always about CQAs and CPPs. It's the same. So at the end of my presentation, you will see a parallelism between ATMPs and also your own manufacturing processes. So here you have the list of main CQAs and you have the list of main CPPs. You can have the same thing for your current work, okay? So we will put the attention in the use case only for these 4 phases. And let me describe how that works in terms of AI, which is the background that we need in order to start talking about real AI. You need to define very well your context of use, which is the problem statement that you want to solve. And this problem statement needs to have everything, all the details that you know and all the details that you don't know. So you have to work very closely with the subject matter experts all together in the same problem statement, because only in that way you can figure out which is the relevant variables that can be inside the model or not, or how to justify, or which is the rationale that you have to put in place. So, first of all, please put very clear your problem statement. And you have to do that operation by operation, which is the target that you're looking for, operation by operation. Now, let's try to think in a very simplistic way, as humans we do. The ATMP operation, cellular expansion, harvesting, whatever operation we do is in the middle, ATMP operation. So we have always a final pass, no go, is these CQAs, okay? So this is the quality that as an industry that we are working for, that is the quality that we are expecting for, is go, no go. But as part of these CQAs that we are measuring, we have ongoing, let me say CQAs, these in-process controls. These in-process controls, they are measuring in some way how the process is going on. It's the same, another aspect of quality based on the trends. And we have inputs. We have the CPPs, and we have also other parameters that probably we don't know that they are. For example, seasonality, the shift that is changing in the nights. These kind of things happen, and they are introducing variability. At the end, this lens is just to not avoid variability, to understand the variability. Try to put all these factors in the same pot. The final quality that you are looking for, this out of specifications, is a function of all those parameters that they are incoming in my process. And if you think on that term, the in-process control that at the end is able to say to you that out of trendings are also a function, a different function of the same parameters. What is coming is preparing what I'm gonna have. Okay. So what we have that we have a quality function that is a function at the same time of out of specifications and out of trendings, that at the same time is a function of the critical material attributes, the CPPs, and unknown factors that we have to consider. This is where AI brings value. Now imagine operation by operation, expansion, harvesting, and so on. Every single quality function that we receive coming from the previous operation is affecting to my current operation. This is how we're going to prepare the statement for my problem using AI. Good. More complicated. Now we're making a zoom. Let me drill down in the current operation. Let me go to the expansion and let's put a zoom. If you go to the expansion, you will see that we have the same critical material attributes coming in my operation, CPPs and other factors. If you put all these parameters, all those values, all this data in a function, you will have an AI model. An AI model is the mathematical representation of a lot of values. Well, this AI model, with the same data, we can have different AI models. I would like to have an AI model that predicts the perfect quality attributes or the perfect in-process controls. This is the output, and this is the theory. But in the real life, in the pharmaceutical industry, our processes are really complex. So it's not enough to see what's happening inside my operation. We need to know what is happening in upstream, because the previous operations are affecting also to me in parallel. So if you apply the same concept, the same theory, the same problem statement to this ground, you will see that the function is exactly the same. We have a function of the previous quality functions. Okay, well, now we have the theoretical ground. So we are aligned, everyone is in the same page, okay? This is the ground and this is the foundation. How to do that in real life? Good. So this use case that I'm gonna present is coming from the cellular technology, Center Technological of Cellular Therapies in Madrid from Takeda. And they prepared this prototype in order to apply AI following this founding, this ground, based precisely in order to describe and explain and act in front of a mechanism that is able to interact with the single cell RNA sequencing based on different batches, different patients, for a specific therapeutic product, okay? And I would like to bring this example because it's so nice, because we have two main dimensions. One is for the translational domain, that means how we transform the transcriptomic to something that we can measure. So our own DNA, how we can interact with that, and how we can read the DNA from a pharmaceutical perspective, and in the ongoing process, how we can interact with that. Okay, it's in the same way that if we talk or we think in the quality by design, do you remember this word coming from 2009? So if we think in these terms, this translational domain can be translated to the design of a space. And if we talk in terms of PAT and continuous process verification, this CMC domain could be the parallel thing in ATMPs. Let's start. This is the real use case. We are talking about 274 patients. Every single dot in this picture is a patient. We are working with 14 biomarkers. Every single biomarker is expressing a genetic thing that is responding to an immune signature that is different for every single patient. This immune signature is defining yourself, how you're responding from a specific disease. Good. 14 dimensions, 274 patients. How to start? Well, AI is very good. If the data is good, AI is very good in order to create clusters, in order to differentiate mathematically this kind of different behaviors. Well, let's try to apply two unsupervised, believe me, no one is teaching these algorithms. Let's try to unsupervisedly to detect clusters. And retrospectively, let's check how the patients or how the efficacy of this therapy was acting on each patient. Mathematically, this is the word, mathematically, the clusters that this unsupervised algorithm was identifying was properly linked with specific efficacies, clinical efficacies on this therapy. So what we can do with that? Well, if a new patient is coming, you can get their biomarkers, you can put their biomarkers in the AI magic ball, and automatically it's classified in efficacy high, medium, or low. This is very good because you don't have to wait for the clinical side, clinical test and so on. At the beginning, you can say which is the classification of this patient. And also, it's very helpful in order to identify which starting material is the best one for these biomarkers in order to go to the target therapy that we are looking for. So, this is in a retrospective way. Now, let me work in another realistic way, not only for ATMPs, also for the rest of the drugs in the world. So, what to do with the ongoing process? In this case, let me work with a specific algorithm. You can do that with ARIMA. ARIMA is a very famous algorithm in AI to work with time series, but in this case, we're talking about segment neighborhood. It's another very known algorithm. This segment neighborhood is able to detect contiguous segments in a time series data. Remember time series data with a lot of information coming at the same time, multivariable. Okay, you have a lot of variables. These variables, they have a fingerprint based on statistics. Well, this algorithm is able to detect contiguous segments where the statistics are relevant or significantly different, amplifying this difference. Okay? Well, imagine that you are doing a study, a clinical study, and you have an interim study inside. Okay? You plan that. Well, with that, you can identify before to arrive to the final test or the clinical test for the efficacy, you can identify if there is a bias, if there is something, if there is an anomaly, there is an adverse effect before that happens or before you can measure in the lab. Just measuring these values on real time and detecting this continuous segment, these jumps. Okay, that is explained for ATMPs. Again, is for the rest of the drugs. Another thing that is very, very important. The real life is complex. We know, everyone in this room knows that. Well, the thing is that imagine that you have a very specific process like the stromal vascular fraction that you get from your stomach in order to have this sample. Okay, this is the raw material. This is stromal vascular fraction. With that, you start to separate and to discriminate cells. The next step is these mesenchymal cells that you want to split. After that, you have to differentiate cells. Afterwards, whatever, no? You have all these steps. With only one symptom, with only one CQA, we cannot make the right decision if the process is going well or not. In this case, these guys, they created this symptom analysis based on four main reasons. So the population doubling, this is how the cells are expanding. So the yield, the potency, and the adhesion. Four critical attributes at the same time, phase by phase. This is these circles with colors. And you can assign a color per segment of the circle. Well, as far as you are going on, you can identify if your process is going well or not before to move to the next stage. And even more, you can define which is the perfect path, the perfect journey, which is the raw material that you are getting, which is the perfect biomarkers in order to get the exact target therapy that you are looking for, step by step. But again, it's not only because we are considering just one value. It's because we are considering one dimension aggregating the rest of dimensions. This is what AI is very good. It's simplifying, it's reducing the dimensionality for us, although internally AI is working with all the dimensions all at the same time. Okay. So finally, which is another very real-time quality control system. This is how we can summarize. One of the main problems in ATMPs is to have a system, a cellular system that is able to be duplicated as fast as we can with the perfect potency and accuracy that we need. Okay. In this case, we are measuring the population doubling. Is how the cells are expanding, how the cells are proliferating. Okay, for a specific set of patients, but we don't know. We don't know because this proliferation depends in a lot of factors. It's not only because they are replicating. We need also the expected potency and expected immunity. Okay, so it's more. There are more factors. Good. We have all those patients in the same pot, and we can measure this population doubling, this measurement, and you can figure out, you can quantify which cluster of patients are magnifying, are augmenting, are amplifying this, in this case, this variable, the population doubling, the proliferation. Well, with that, you have a target, a cluster of patients that they are good for this objective. And you can make the drill down, and you can exactly know which kind of biomarkers are the best in order to have this acceleration. Again, it's AI, it's not magic, it's just pure mathematics and totally probabilistic and deterministic. Okay. Well, this is another example. So just to acknowledge the effort of these Takeda guys that this prototype, but beyond the use case in ATMPs, I would like to share with you that this is just an SOP that we can apply for any kind of drug, any kind of for plasma or for large or for small molecules in our processes. It's very good. It's perfect. So Thank you. Thank you so much.
So thank you, Tony. I think you've made the boring AI very exciting for us. Thank you for that. So now we're transitioning to the Q&A session, and I pass the floor to Pelle.
Yes, thank you. Well, if life in Vienna is ballroom dance and eternal sunshine, well, I'm from Sweden. We have also eternal sunshine, but just for a very short period and just way up in the north. Now it's more what I'm used to, a long darkness, not snow here, but in Sweden, we have it. So when the snow falls and the vision is impaired, you need someone to make the track for the other ones. And I think that's maybe what we have seen from the previous speakers here. So thank you very much for that. I think it's a lot to learn. I thank Stefan for sharing your, first Alex for your safeguarding measures. I think it's a lot to learn also from a regulator point of view. Stefan, thanks for sharing your use case and the evaluation method. And yeah, the deterministic AI is not boring, on the contrary. And I like the way you described to predict the perfect quality control. So not with magic, but mathematically. So thanks. And we open the floor for questions. I don't know if we have any in the room. Yes, Bastian.
Question to Tony. First I want to say, so I worked as bioinformatician for a long while. Now I am looking at human language. The cells are maybe not the most diverse data you can have. Genomic data is very good compared to human language. And now my question, so you talked about how you used clustering for predicting if a patient ends up in high, low, or medium efficacy. Why did you not end up building a predictive model out of this? I think that it would be a more straightforward use case, and it has the advantage that at the end you only have a model. You don't need the patient data anymore. At the moment, you need to retain all the biomarker data, and you need to make sure that whoever has access to a model knows that there's confidential data in it. Whereas if you build a predictive model, you don't have that problem anymore. So I wonder why do you stop there at the point where you stopped? In case you can answer it.
Good point. Well, the thing is that when we have to validate AI models, we need to have triangulation. And triangulation means that you have to demonstrate with other models that your final decision that you are going to make is based not only in one model. You need other approaches. Of course, we apply some regressors in order to predict. This is good, but you need to defend your position of why this regressor with this fine-tuning that you are doing with other mechanisms. And unsupervised is a very good mechanism in retrospectively in order to ensure that what you are doing is performing the right way. Is that for that?
I worked a lot with unsupervised models, and I fully agree.
Thank you. No other questions in the room right now. I think there will show up some, but we can have one from the Slido as well to Alex. It's very helpful to map the life cycle of AI systems and related validation approaches at each level. Would it be good? It would be good to understand a bit more on how to implement this GXP validation framework, as it's quite complex.
This is
indeed
the best question ever. I have the same question to my management in the next weeks. So I think basically everything starts with peoples. Yeah, so we need also to have here the people. Our validation framework also calls a new role, which is basically the AI subsystem owner. I see someone left here to me, which is maybe filling out that role. So we need really people that have mathematical skills. Actually, we have in our organization very much people who are really supportive on validations that help us to conduct test cases, but they are more intuitive. Yeah, test cases which basically nearly everyone from here can run, because it's a step-by-step going through the user interface, basically. Yeah. And when we talk now really about verification on a mathematical level, we need really here some kind of geeks, sorry for that word, that are really familiar with data science and with mathematical approaches here to cover not only the requirements for such models, but also to cover here specific verification strategies in the end. And I think this would be the biggest task. And I send out really this message in the next weeks to my management here, that we need these people here specifically when we talk about validations of such kind of AI tools in the GXP context. But I would also say not only GXP, whenever we have really critical data, we need to take care that the inputs and the outputs are somehow verified.
Thank you very much. I know it's getting late and dark, but we still have some interesting presentations to listen to. But take the opportunity now if you have any questions here. I have one for Stefan as well. Well, you spoke a little bit on the time saving, in compared to manually doing the work like 6-7 times, but also finding the needle in the haystack and having the AI tools doing things, exploring things, and finding things that you wouldn't have found otherwise. Can you elaborate a little bit on this?
Yes, thank you for this question. Yes, actually, this is something that we found very interesting, and obviously the first criterion that you mentioned to save time is quite obvious. So we just confirmed that effectively it helps us to save time. And in the majority of cases, I would say that the standard queries that we ask when you are doing regulatory strategy would fall in this category. For instance, if we have to, let's say, compare adverse drug reaction of several product information, the system would just help us to do it quickly. But obviously we can do the same manually. But we were in some situation where actually without the system, we probably would have not found the information, not because it was not available, but because virtually the system was screening millions of research and development pages. And this is really where we found the value also of the system, because we have to be realistic and also honest. Even if we know where, as regulatory strategy, we know where to look into the data. There are too many data to look into, and it's growing and growing. So yeah, this is what I meant by find the needle in the haystack. And we had actually a couple of examples in our testing phase where it provided complex protocol that we wouldn't have found. Thanks.
Thank you. We actually have kind of a follow-up question in the slide as well. It's always difficult to measure maybe the save time and the benefits. But how did you calculate the AI, that the AI was like saving 6 to 7 times the process?
It's just because we went, for instance, when we had to compare guidelines. This is really something that we do regularly when we, for instance, let's take a guideline for development of a new immunoglobulin. So we know how much time it takes as an average. For instance, it would be 1 day. So it's very easy. We did that, for instance, in 50 minutes, including the proper layout for the report. So this kind of it comes from here. We have for the standard queries and standard tasks. It's not exact science, but we have reference data in our mind. So it came from here.
Thank you. Looking around in the room again. No hands. Then we have one. Yeah, thank you, Enrique.
Enrique Martins from Infarmed, Portugal. I was just wondering right now if any of you has already done comparison. There's many publications, for example, on AI, for example, on dermatologists, and you get a batch of experts versus the system. if you had done any of these sort of, experiments of the, for example, comparison of guidelines versus the expert comparing the guidelines, not just in time, but in retention. Because earlier on, we were talking about knowledge retention. I just came from a conference on AI scribes. The big topic was, for example, junior doctors not being allowed to do AI scribes for the first year, so they can still think about the patient a little bit. And the more senior ones then can use it to save time. So spending time is sometimes actually educational. So the question is if you found that balance between saving time and retaining the exercise of comparison.
I can just share some example. We didn't formally prepare a report on that, but based on the cases, the cases that we tested, we had some element of responses for that. For instance, during the tested phase, there was a new guideline on development of immunoglobulin, a specific type of immunoglobulin. And in my team, I have somebody who is really an expert in this field for many, many years. And he asked me to run the comparison using the system. And I did that in an evening in 50 minutes. And I sent him the report without verifying anything because I didn't have time, and he is this expert. And I asked him the day after, please do the job as you do regularly and tell me what are your conclusions. So clearly there were some misunderstanding from the system. So again, what I said in my presentation is that since this is really exploratory, the way we are using it is really exploratory, we will never take a decision just based on that. But clearly, and maybe I didn't mention that sufficiently, we need to double check everything which is reported by the system. In this case, he told me, roughly speaking, that it was accurate 90%, but still there was 10% of mistakes that he corrected just because he's an expert in the field.
Yeah, Enrique again.
Yeah, just a follow-up on this one. I brought this up exactly because of what you suggested. I think it means that, for example, this network, perhaps at some point in time, having these super experts helping us on top of these systems would really expedite for many, many agencies, right? Because then you don't need to have the super expert everywhere, even the experts across industry and regulatories, which is a very polemic issue, I know. But just to raise this suggestion for debate. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Okay, thank you very much. Looking around in the room once more. No, we don't have any more questions. So once again, thank you very much for your excellent presentations and also being answering the questions in the room and the Slido chat. Shall we some concluding words or?
I think they will come at the end. Thank you so much. So with that, Peter and I take over again. And so we are coming now to our last point for today, that we have Spotlight Talk. And EMA mentioned it in her remarks starting at the meeting. We are discussing all these topics in the European network, but it's extremely important to exchange to other regulatory fields. And she mentioned the International Coalition of Medical Regulatory Agencies, and there have been workshops on AI activities as well. And so we are very happy that Jörg Sinseling is now make the introductory talk, and then we will have a discussant from the FDA, Annie Saha. So Jörg is one of our senior assessors at the BfArM, a biostatistician working with the Methodology Working Party, Scientific Advice Working Party since many years, and now a member of the NDSG as well. And
Annie is Associate Director for Strategic Initiatives for the Digital Health Center of Excellence in the Center for Devices and Radiological Health at FDA. And she is as well responsive in the Center for Drug Evaluation and Research to support the use of AI across drug development life cycle, and particularly experience in clinical outcome assessments and what can AI do there. So thank you very much that you are presenting here. So starting with Jörg, and then Annie will join in.
Yeah, many thanks. It's an honor to present on this important topic. And I'm speaking on behalf of a group from the European Regulatory Network that includes members of national competent authorities, including methodology working party members and EMA colleagues. And I have the control. So the next slide shows the drivers that will transform our processes and where AI will be used in the future. And the terms need some explanation. I think we need to be good regulators that will be efficient and issue practical guidance for pharmaceutical industry and also for other stakeholders. Then there is the term process analytics. This is what we understand under our own processes to use AI safely and responsibly in our processes that would target automation, digitalization, and new processes. And we also intend to use AI for improving insights in healthcare data. So a number of topics where AI will matter in the future. And the next slide is on the left side, pulling a work stream from the Network Data Steering Group work plan. I will not focus on details in that different work stream areas, but focus on a core part of the work plan, and this is that we intend to expedite learnings and promote certainty and predictability of regulatory assessments in a fast-changing environment. We also foresee regulatory guidance that may be helpful for regulatory collaboration, that may be helpful for guidance and good practices development, for identifying priorities for experimentation, and also for sharing experiences with new tools. And the European Regulatory Agency Network is committed to collaboration. I want to cite this article on the right side in CPT from last year, where important principles are outlined. The next slide shows how collaboration already works in practice. There are, of course, in Europe, EU agencies that collaborate on developing guidance that would not only include medicines, but also, for instance, medical device industry. There are there's the already mentioned International Coalition of Medicines Regulatory Authorities, where knowledge sharing and on use cases and guidance and good practice development is an important topic. And then we have bilateral collaborations, and in this category we have collaboration with FDA, and I will come to that in a minute. The next slide shows what we already have as some kind of guidance. It's the reflection paper on the use of artificial intelligence. And this is not a guideline, but it's a CHMP guidance document that is giving guidance in a fast-moving area and reflections rather than concrete guidelines. But focusing on the right side, there are, of course, several opportunities for collaboration on guidance and good practices that may include governance, experimentation, and also the development of real guidelines and guidance documents. Collaboration on foundational elements can enable value in this field because when regulatory authorities start working on guidance, they may want to converge before starting the process. And in this field, we set up a collaboration effort with FDA on two aspects, and we engaged in discussions on AI principles. And there we explore the opportunity to converge on a set of guiding principles that can be seen as good practice for AI. And it initially built on principles for good machine learning practice, but what was reshaped in the process. As a next activity, we engaged on collaboration on terminology and glossary terms, and we try to map terminology used by both agencies and come to a consensus where this is possible. There are, of course, legal terms that exist in both regulations, and these will be identified and mapped. Coming to the benefits, I think this is an important collection of benefits. We may increase the pace because international collaboration promotes responsible innovations and supports creating an environment of regulatory certainty. This pertains to guidance, good practices, common understanding of use cases, and everything is about aligning on things where guidelines do not yet exist. It may be more efficient because it is simpler to explore opportunities to converge before starting drafting guidance. And the impact may be that collaboration on principles and terminology as an initial step that may lead to broader discussion for future global regulatory standards on AI. And there are also, of course, processes for that. ICH may be in the future. And looking ahead, we are working with FDA on publication of guiding principles that can be seen as good practices for AI. And we are in the process of developing a glossary of terms that are used on both sides of the Atlantic. And we are also in discussions and exploring opportunities for further collaboration for convergence. And the experience so far is that we had good discussions with FDA. There is increased mutual understanding, and it's clear that we want to continue this process. And I stop here, and I'm happy to hear views from my FDA colleague.
So, Annie, are you there?
Yes. Can you hear me and see me, hopefully?
Perfect. So,
Wonderful.
Go ahead.
All right. I will share my screen. Have a few slides, but Jorg did a fantastic job of sort of highlighting the collaboration thus far and where we're working together with the EMA, and we really appreciate the partnership. I'm hoping you can see my slides correctly.
Yes, perfect.
Wonderful. So thank you for the introduction, I will skip saying my name and title again. So just a little bit about where from the FDA side we're seeing the use of AI in drug development across the life cycle. It's really across the board in terms of drug discovery, in terms of target identification, compound screening, and then a lot in the non-clinical research in terms of PK/PD, toxicology studies, dose range finding, et cetera. I think one of the biggest areas from what we are seeing from the FDA side is the use of AI in clinical research. So whether it's for dosing, site selection, patient recruitment and retention, adherence, data collection, real-world data analysis, clinical outcome assessments, and other endpoints. And then, of course, a lot on the post-market side, too, in terms of whether as well as manufacturing, in terms of leveraging AI to advance manufacturing, using AI for post-market safety, pharmacovigilance activities. And the latest data is that FDA has seen over 800 submissions that have leveraged AI in drug development. Our core principles for how we're thinking about AI and the considerations for AI and drug development for regulatory decision making is really threefold. One is making sure we're adaptive in terms of how we regulate, that we're being responsive, taking a risk-based approach, that we can accelerate the adoption of AI to accelerate drug discovery and drug development, and ultimately getting medicines to patients around the world faster, and while still, of course, maintaining patient safety. That is, of course, taking a risk-based approach. So we don't want to, there's not really a one-size-fits-all approach in terms of how to think about regulating or using AI, and that we want to make sure that as we look at AI, that it's data-driven and that our approach is commensurate with what the AI risk is, model risk is in terms of its use in AI and in terms of the use of AI in drug development. And then we want to really collaborate. And I think that's really the highlight of this session. And Jorg, again, did a great job of sort of highlighting the discussions and the collaboration that FDA and EMA have forged. And we continue to want to collaborate across the board, whether it's internationally with our regulator colleagues around the world, and a broad set of stakeholders, including, the tech companies, biotech, pharma, patient groups, et cetera, and that we really need to think about this from an ecosystem and collaborative approach. And then kind of what's next from the FDA side is that we are collaborating across the agency and learning from each other. And I think that's highlighted to some degree with my role, both being in the device center as well as the drug center. So where we can learn and collaborate both internally and then, of course, externally, again, like with other regulators, like the bilateral engagements we have with EMA, where we've been discussing and developing the principles, as well as being able to share learnings, terminology. We collaborated with Korea with MFDS a few years ago and held a workshop on AI regulatory and international symposium for the use of AI in medical product development. And then we are working again internally to provide clarity on terminology, and that's a cross-agency effort on our digital health and AI glossary that was published last year, as well as, of course, again, the collaboration with EMA, and we look forward to additional collaborations. And as Jorg noted, there's potential whether through ICH and other activities to really think broadly about how can we collaborate and provide that regulatory clarity to industry by working together across different regulatory jurisdictions. And then as far as last effort, that's a big one that we're working on is in terms of our regulatory approaches is finalizing the draft guidance that we published in January on the use of AI in drug development. And we're analyzing the many comments that we got and trying to be receptive and responsive to those. So that's very high level. Just wanted to provide a little bit of where we are from the FDA side, and that we really do appreciate and are looking forward to the continued collaboration with EMA.
Thank you, Annie. So excellent presentation on the FDA approaches and on the collaboration ongoing. I think this is extremely important that we did have, or that we made the steps, and that we are now looking forward to the next steps together. And I'm pretty sure that here in the plenary are some comments, questions to you and Jörg, and I see already the first. So, Alex.
No question, just a comment. It's highly appreciated if you do such activities to harmonize really and standardize such a projects. Yeah, it helps us very much. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this comment. So, yeah, please go ahead.
Thank you, Stephen Pike, Parexel and Acro. Just aligned with the previous comment, I think one of the great challenges for the industry, obviously, is regulatory uncertainty. And to that end, I think the viewpoints are set out in the European reflection paper, as well as the draft guidance we've seen from the FDA, both very, very welcome. And this work now that we're hearing about seeking convergence to the extent possible, again, very important for a life sciences sector, which is global in the way that it operates, is very, very welcome. I think two things that I would offer as you continue your reflections and discussions together. One is the risk, as I would see it, I speak for myself, of over-regulation, over-specification, and in a technology which is moving fast, that we tie ourselves up too much. So I think certainly in what I've seen in the reflection paper and what I've read in the FDA draft guidance seem to me nicely to avoid that risk, but encourage that you continue to recognize the need not to over-specify. But secondly, I think, again, for our sector, we have relatively limited experience of engaging with regulators on this topic. I know that there have been a number of submissions to the FDA. They've published some of that data, but nonetheless, no individual company has a great deal of experience of submitting and discussing with you what this looks like in practice. And I guess I would invite you to reflect on whether there is an opportunity to share with us as an industry what good looks like. In other words, based on some of the submissions that you've received, some of the practices that you have had the chance to review, and some of the insights that you've derived from those, to help us further, not with guidance so much around what we must do or what we must not do, but rather to illustrate what good looks like, or what, maybe more difficultly, what bad looks like, so that we can sort of adjust the content of what we submit to you to more often hit the right notes. I hope that makes sense.
Yeah, thank you for this important reflection. And I think it makes sense to have this exchange, but I give first the floor to Annie to respond.
Sure, that's a great question and comment. I know we hear that quite a bit, and we are trying to see, what are mechanisms and venues to be able to get, additional information out beyond just guidance, and how can we sort of support the industry. And, we are also learning in terms of the credibility framework and how to think about use of AI in drug development, and understanding the model risk and decision consequences, and where can we create and develop tools, and maybe work together with people who are developing these models and using it, and can we create and leverage those opportunities, maybe it's through workshops or other discussions about like getting those use cases and examples out, because we do know that's really important. It's helpful for both industry and actually internally for FDA as well, as we all continue to learn, and we want to learn together, and also, as you noted, to making sure that we're ensuring that we have a risk-based approach so that we're not over regulating in such a fast-moving field.
Thanks, Annie. Comes from Jörg.
Yeah, thanks for the very good ideas. And I think there must not only be a guidance, there are also other ways of giving some guiding documents, and that could be Q&As that are more agile and could be revised faster. And I think there, and Annie mentioned the credibility framework that FDA used in their guidance. I think we are also moving to a structured risk-based approach that can leverage these frameworks. And this is just now discussed for ICH M15, and I think we can learn from this terminology also. Thanks.
Thanks, Jörg. So I'm looking around here. Yes, then please we start with Diana and then Thomas.
Thank you so much. I'm Diana from Animal Health Europe, and I would really like to start to congratulate you for all this collaboration, because honestly, we believe that the learning from experience is a crucial part of the process, and not only with other agencies in Europe, but other sectors, considering now the veterinary and the human one. But then also across the ocean and with global experts. And on the veterinary side, we definitely saw that EFSA built on some experience, and they are also having some stakeholder engagement workshops. And on this special one they had 1 year ago, they identified a lot of challenges that after 1 year are really not still solved. I would mention four, that is the transparency of AI decisions, data security and confidentiality, cross-authority alignment, and ethical risks and explainability, all things that we heard a lot today as well. And naturally, ignoring the issues will lead to trust erosion and regulatory gaps, interoperability failures. But at the same time, I think everyone that is working on AI understands that everything is moving very, very fast, and there is a lot to do still. So my question for you is, what do you think that from your lessons, the lessons that you learned in the USA, what is the ones that you think that industry should be paying attention to, and more to pass to the industry side learning with you as well, not only the regulator side?
Annie?
I think you made a great point there in terms of learning from other, oh, sorry, I just jumped right in.
Yeah.
Learning from other industries. We just recently had a Digital Health Advisory Committee meeting where we had some discussions and presentations from other industries like the autonomous vehicle world, and what they've done in terms of different levels of risk and thinking through those. And so there's a lot I think we can learn from other fields in the healthcare field in terms of AI. And I think the biggest thing that in terms of lessons learned or where things are is really just continuing to learn and developing, reading our guidances and other things. And as we're able to put out more information, like as Jörg noted, like if we can get out faster sort of tools that aren't just the guidance documents to help promote adoption, that's really what we're trying to do.
And I think similar approach here in Europe. And so we have two final questions. First, Thomas, and then Gabriel.
Thanks, Carl. Yeah, Tom Brooklyn from Roche and FPA. Annie and Jörg, thank you for the overview today. I had a question, and maybe it's more of a clarification on any broader international efforts to collaborate with regulators beyond the EU and the US. I heard someone allude to ICMA and wasn't clear. Is there an ICMA working group being set up? I know there had been a few years ago, but is there a formal working group, or is that something planned for the future? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Thomas. And this fits very well with two questions then from online. So how is ICH M15 then seen in the collaboration work and to be agile as well? So maybe again, first Annie and then you, Jörg.
My understanding is I don't believe there's an ICMA group on AI. We are sort of starting to explore the idea from the ICH side of would it make sense to either have a new AI working group or, leverage existing ones like the M15 others where AI could be sort of called out or there could be different use cases. So I think those are sort of in the exploratory conversations. I know a lot of our staff from FDA and other countries, obviously, we're just in Singapore for the ICH meeting. So hopefully, more to come on that. And I know one of the things we've discussed from the FDA side is there a way to sort of streamline, especially on some of the process in terms of developing some of the ICH guidance and guidelines that we can do some of that more quickly. And, I would hope that maybe we could potentially use the model that we had done on the device side where the initial good machine learning practices that were developed between FDA, Health Canada, and MHRA really then became a work item under the IMDRF AI working group that then became now adopted by IMDRF earlier this year for more globally. And so there might be opportunities to maybe think about doing something similar here once we do have the guiding principles posted, once we release those with EMA.
Yeah, thanks, Annie. Good to hear. But Peter has a comment
here. Just to compliment Annie, thanks, and good to see you. Just to be clear, the ICMA is a collaboration between regulatory authorities around the world, and it's not a guideline drafting machine like ICH, for example. There is a group on innovation under ICMA, and that group is focusing on artificial intelligence, and it's more a question of sharing experiences, practices, learnings, etc. And that's actually very valuable because I think all the agencies are facing very similar questions, challenges, and opportunities. No decision has been made on for an ICH guideline on artificial intelligence, but if there was going to be a multilateral guideline, it would be ICH because that is the forum for medicinal products.
Thanks for this clarification. Gabriel?
Yes, this is the short wrap up on the question on the balance between over and under regulation. And I think we can be quite positive here. I think, there are many examples of industries which have really thrived when regulation came in place, like aviation, others, where clear rules on security and trust for all end users and those affected really promoted industry and innovation. And there are other examples where lack of regulation, like social media, actually has created really imbalanced markets, which have really hampered innovation and multiplicity. So I think if we do regulate the right way, timeless and not in too much detail, really looking at risk balance and end users and the end goal of public health, I think we can have quite a strong and extensive regulation, still actually supporting development in this field and creating an equal playing field. So I'd like to stop there, and I think we can see regulation as something positive as long as it's done right, and of course in harmonization. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Gabriel, for this clarification and comment from your side. Then final question, when can we expect the paper, the glossary?
We agreed that Annie would tackle this question, and I'm not sure if she has a concrete answer. Thanks.
So Annie?
We're hoping, thanks. We're certainly hoping soon. Obviously, there was a bit of some delays with the U.S. government, and so we're hoping in the near future. But I don't have any more specificity beyond that at this time.
Yeah, thank you very much, Annie. Understood. what you mean. So thank you very much for this very interesting discussion and setting the framework and what we plan in the future with then the reflection paper on our side. The work plan at the NDSG is very ambitious. We know and are well aware, but we see how important collaboration and particular change management will be then to achieve the next steps and to develop here further. And with that, we come to the wrap up of the chairs. So I think in this afternoon, we learned a lot on the agile developments with AI. We have seen examples how powerful it can be. We have heard about the many chances, but challenges as well. And Gabriel mentioned how important it will be to be not too over-optimistic and to have then a concerned view on to learn the new dancing steps to achieve here new results. And I think the stepwise and risk-based approach we heard from many voices here in this afternoon, I think is the very right approach. And then to do that with agility. And tomorrow we will hear about more practical examples as well, and how we deal then in everyday practice already with some of these topics. So from my side, thanks again to all of you here in the room and online. Thank you to the presenters and the discussants. I think it was a great afternoon to all of us. We learned a lot, and I think it's an ongoing agile process. So it's the fourth one we started today. It will be not the last one. So I think we are really starting the next fifth meeting on these activities. But with that, over to you, Peter.
Well, just to say my thanks also for everything that's happened today. It's only day one. We've got another half day tomorrow because we are the benevolent co-chairs. We'll be finishing at lunchtime tomorrow because it's Friday. And we are going to start prompt at 9 o'clock with Julian Isler from Foundation 29 and the European Dravet Syndrome Foundation. So going back to the patient voice where we started today. And with that, I wish you a great evening. Thank you.